Yeah, plan is life fucked up, yeah. Don't lie to me, so yeah. 홀라 내게 줘, yeah. 난 몰라 아무것도, yeah. Plan is life fucked up, yeah. Don't lie to me, so yeah. 홀라 내게 줘, yeah. 난 몰라 아무것도, yeah. I fucking my street life. 차를 입어도 나 티가 fuck you interview your rap still like. 얘네만의 킹처럼 빌라 나 발로 bitch square dollar 나 미치게 달라 나 yeah 홍대 never that bitch 너네 왜 달라 나 확실히 잘 나가지 근데 내일도 같이 병신이 사보타지 yeah ay yeah D.I. 새끼 소린 사실 너무 아쉽지 근데 이게 우리 타입이야 ay yeah 불어나지 통장이 근데 다시 처음으로 가는
Shut the fuck up.
Hakis just resubscribed for 7 months.
My baby, I'll be your good for you. 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 I'll be your for you. I'll be your good 나나 쓰지 번칙. All I want is you 너는 통하지 않지 상심. 비싼 시계 안 찾지 비싼 신발은 예세. 하나 정도 있어 나머지는 내게 all in it. You're my right, you're my side, baby. No matter what, lately. 전화 걸어 너랑 이런저런 말들 하고 싶어. 뭐가 됐든 상관없이 너는 항상 이뻐야. You're my right, you're my side, baby. No matter what, lately. 넌 날 찾지
Chat. Há queridas tem os seus Normal. Let me up. We're gonna be playing rank today. What is this shit? What is RPR talk now? What the fuck is that? You guys made that shit? Dumbasses. Fucking roof, oh yeah, baby, you're alright.
Shut the fuck up.
Cheetah just resubscribed for 6 months.
Shit, I think it's
a wee
back.
PR talk.
So chat, next webcam stream will probably be the one with the made fucking outfit with IPN. I'll just have to figure out when. And then probably the same like the same week we'll do the Pekora one as well, just to get it done with, because I'm leaving on the 21st, chat. On the 21st I'm gone, and then obviously I'll stream from the bootcamp, but like, you know, I'll be gone for like 12 days or something. It's been a while since I played this game.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm also fully vaccinated now.
Just resubscribed for 2 months.
Couple of things for 100 bits. Surely thank you for 2 months. The new emotes are sick, by the way, chat. I've seen them when he showed me like a sample. You guys are gonna load them. 4 animated emotes and like a bunch of new emotes. New emotes coming out with the debut. Nah, Carlos, don't think so. We don't want to get fucking corona right before the event and then not be allowed to play. That's why we got private rooms for the bootcamp as well. What's up, Kuma? What's up, Spark? My microphone sounds different. How? I didn't do anything to it. Let me see. I did nothing to it. Morning, Amless. No, I'm on my normal voice now. Something right. Should be. I'm also fully vaccinated now. Fucking the booster did nothing to me, didn't make my arm hurt. That's about it. My arm hurt for like 2 days. Still hurts a little bit, but I didn't have any like symptoms or like any fevers or whatever. I just felt a little bit sluggish yesterday. I felt like tired. That's about it. Just basically just tired. Hey, Alice. KR playlist for the playlist. Super guy consistently. Not consistently, but I can do it pretty well. Like not every single time.
Delfish just resubscribed for 8 months. Lone Mistborn gifted a tier 1 sub.
Thank you, Lon, for gifting Zelfish a
They
tier 1.
have given 27 gift subs in the channel.
We're just playing rank today. So yeah, I gotta think of a day next week when we could do the mage stream with IPN, and I thought also to do the Pekora stream at the same day. What does I imagine? Not the same day, but the same week. Also, Zeta might be our newest Apex trainee. We'll see. But she did say she wants to get master, so we shall provide the necessary facilities for that. What's up, Nero? I think they're waiting on me. Never mind, they're waiting in me. Oh, that's not wrong. Yeah.
Hi. Hakis AFK right now, I think.
Alright. Play with Zeta next week. I don't know, chat, when I'm gonna play with him. I still gotta talk with him. When she wants to do it. Thank God we'll at least be able to watch. We'll be able to watch this Psycho right before I leave. Like it's a couple days before I leave.
Yo, what's up? I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back. What the fuck?
Ready, bug back.
Kaki. Morning, Crat. Skin POV for Visak. I watched a little bit of Toa and her team yesterday. A little bit, a couple games. Didn't get to catch all of it, but they were doing really good. They're looking really strong. What's up, James? Hey, Mello. So Aqua back like a dog on leash. Yeah, I always see when they're playing, Aqua is like 500 meters away from them, just running around shooting everything. I'm good, Vladimir. How are you? Morning, Limited. Our custom keyboard is gonna be built soon, chat, on stream. So if we can catch it on stream, I'll send you guys over there one of these days. Who's building it? The same person that built this building, man. There's Noir.
Hi, honey.
Noir.
Alright, let's go. Let's play some pubs.
Yeah, this shit's a joke. I don't know, Shooter. I didn't ask anything about the price.
Like, I swear to God, I've been playing Control, and ever since they added SBM, I feel like my Control games are sweaty in the ranked games.
Dude, they added SBMM on Control. What's that shit?
Yeah, so literally all players I face in Control now are like triple stack monster floods.
Why do they always do that? They always fuck up the fun shit, bro.
And it's just fucking Apex. They,
No, but I don't
like,
fucking
if
know.
there's one thing that Apex is absolutely horrible at, it's just like
Holy
giving
Panda
people like casual
grind.
experience, like just letting have casual fun. Like,
Yeah,
you
that's
need
why
to
we
sweat
have,
your balls off in every mode.
That's why we have. Is it that why we have 200,000 master players, or because?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
I mean, it's just so stupid that every single mode, pubs, ranked, control, every single mode you need to sweat your balls off.
No, not ranked, not so much.
I mean, it's like ranked is even. It's like pubs, but you still need to sweat. You know, it's just boring.
Yeah.
It's just a boring type of sweat.
Oh shit, there's people. There's people on this balcony right here. Oh dude, I'm not Ash.
Oh yeah, what?
He's on my roof.
Oh.
Pushing
Like,
search.
102, 120 on him. He's literally
Queuing out.
he's under me. Whoop, beat up.
No audio is fucking backwards. Slipping up on
What is his movement?
Yeah.
one
I don't
behind me, one
understand.
behind me.
Yeah, right here. Rising. 40 purple on him.
40 as well. 30 flash, I'm chasing him, he dropped down. He just stunned himself. But they have gold and purple.
1. 19 flash, what the fuck?
How the fuck did they get so lucky?
Nice.
Did win?
Motherfuckers got gold and purple. Doing both of those. Drop me a Phoenix here if you need.
Yes, purple, you can use your Phoenix maybe.
It's so slow.
Why?
It's more massive than silvers. That is a joke, dude. No way.
You guys have some light maybe?
I dropped
I have
one.
120 for R9. Drop you a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah, there will be a recycle watch party. For sure. I was already asked by Shubahali to mirror it, so I'll be doing that. What I want to say... Yeah, I've been gone for a few days. What's been happening, chat? Fill me in, dude. What's been happening?
Put it here. This guy was
one.
cracked.
The rate, I believe, I cracked.
Yes.
One guy's pushing up left. Cracked him. 45 left.
45 on him.
Give me on my right. Bubble on me.
I'm in the break. Oh, right, one shot, holy shit. Rape is literally one shot. She's coming here. I think she popped the bat.
Nope.
Nice. New team, new team.
Now we can. I can
Oh,
rest.
they're raping.
You have nades?
I'm nading. Move it back a little bit.
40 blue on one. On me, Pathfinder. Trapped him.
Hold up of you.
I hit another one.
Half dead.
Nice. Can I rip a
40
Phoenix?
on the back. Yeah, only you. You got it. They're trying to rest. I think they're resting.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Pop it
working
and make
on
it.
Phoenix,
I'm popping a Medi. I don't know what I have left. They're bubble resting now. They just got him up.
yeah. Go.
Back him again. Back TV.
I kidnap.
Oh, nice get up.
We could both.
Okay, both of them?
He took it.
What? Dead?
Okay, they're fucking trolling.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they're fucking trolling.
Why the fuck should take it back ever?
Oh my god.
Alvarez. I mean, if I didn't kidnap him, they probably would have killed you.
Yeah, that was a clean kidnap. Save my ass.
I thought I expected one, not two though. Look at the last one. Meet me
That's
at
it,
the
dude.
lobby. I played some Sea of Thieves yesterday, chat. I was molding so hard. That game is so ass now. Used to be so much better. Holy shit, that game's bad now. I play with a friend of mine that I used to play Say
Right in front of me.
I don't know if yeah.
One is blue.
Dude, they made that game all about
Is it
cannonballs.
two teams?
Looks like Mirage in this thing.
It's just sending clones.
Looks like they're fucking running, dude. Oh no, they're gonna be good. They added like so many cool like events and shit, and then they made it so like PvP is all about like who can fucking break your
Fucking
mast
gosh.
or your fucking what's the other thing called? Your anchor or whatever. It's so boring, man. Needless bullshit.
One gun was cracked. I don't know who.
I got the Mirage, don't worry.
Another one.
Holy shit, you got shot. That gimbal is terrible.
One shot, one shot. Is there one shot? That.
Give it crack.
40.
100.
What was the plan?
I'm looking for a bolt if you find here.
What now?
Got one. Got one. All good.
Nice.
Meet me at the lobby.
Shut the fuck up!
What's up, Valder?
Turn you guys off a
Welcome
little
back.
bit low
Subscribe
compared to
for
my game
7
audio.
months. My school finishes tomorrow, Blatch.
Game audio
Lodge.
loud.
So, Valder, now that your school finishes, so what's next? When do you have to go back to school?
You guys talk for me a little bit?
Huh?
On me, on me.
Hi, hello. Oh.
Coming.
Alright then, 130. Fire some one shot, fire some one shot.
Dead.
It is blue.
Bubble on me.
Bubble.
Push,
Bubble.
we give it with you.
Is one.
120 on this guy.
Dead.
Motherfucker, stop throwing arc stars when you're dead.
Nice, now. My audio is good now. Oh.
You might not enter college and just go full editing. I mean, you're young, Valder, so in my opinion, just don't instantly go to college. I think the biggest mistake some people do is they instantly go to college without giving themselves space to think of what they want to do. Because like for me, that's what happened to me. Like I instantly went to college and didn't even really think through what I want to fucking do in life. And then I was miserable in college because I actually found out that I don't want to do what I was doing in college. So I would give yourself like a year or two and then figure out what you want to do.
Into energy right now.
I went
coming
to
to us.
college for IT.
Rafe is blue.
GPA during college? I don't even remember.
Rafe, what the fuck? Rafe one shot.
5 on path.
Rafe literally one shot. 10 HP or 20. I think it's a duo. I did duo.
Yo, pat the fuck. This guy does not miss. This guy does not miss.
Half is literally nuts.
2 or crack.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Half is just nuts. I don't know.
He's one shot. It's so annoying.
He's arc starred and if fully arc starred, he still doesn't miss a bullet. Fully arc starred. Who is this person? Silver and bronze badge.
Wait, did he just shoot? How did he shoot? What?
He went 5 for 5, fully arc starred. Can we watch him? Because I think this guy's
How did he do? Wait, I only got hit by his PK. It's like he macroed us.
No, this guy is gooping
confused.
100%, bro. Like, no way you take a fucking arc star and go for 6 for 6.
But how did he hit me for 200 in 2 shots? And it says he shot me 5 times. What? I'm just confused. My death recap says that he shot me 5 times with a PK and he's the only one that damaged me.
What? Does he even have a PK?
Yeah. I think he's wingman PK. I'm so confused. How did he shoot me 5 times with a PK? when I only saw him shoot twice? And how does he do 200 damage in 2 PK shots in that case when he's not even next to me?
I want to see this guy.
I'm just confused.
You'll be fine, Ladder.
I mean,
You're
for me, it
young,
was
so
no
you have...
sense. I think I just got team shot, actually, or...
Well, I don't know. What
I
was helps for me is that this guy tanked an Arc Star and then hit 1 6 for 6 with Wingman. When you usually when you tank an Arc Star, you can't move your fucking aim. Yes, got it. Yeah, Ladder, you got a lot of time, bro. You're young. Give yourself a year or 2 before you figure out what you want to do. It will help you a lot later in life. You don't have, college is not always the answer, trust me. Oh, trust me on that. It's definitely even. Money racing. Should make a lot of video commissions. I mean, I might.
Wait!
Yeah, he's aimbuddy. He's aimbuddy.
Aiming.
Yeah, he's aimbuddy.
Motherfucker wasn't even aiming at him.
That's fucking obvious. I'm a good fucking reporter.
Dude, I think he's boosting the rate because the rate is close to Brad. The rate is at 37k.5. I think he's boosting the rate to Brad.
Yeah, probably.
That makes more. I think he macroed with me with the PK because I'm so confused how I got shot 5 times.
Yeah, well, I reported him. Sent him to Rin.
Nice.
He's fucked.
I was just so confused. My death recap did not make sense.
We not watch anymore?
Nah, fuck that. Hopefully we don't get him.
Guy, first bullet he shot was an insta headshot. He didn't even aim at the person. And I was like, bruh.
Oh.
Yeah, he's regen now, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Insecure, I guess?
Ooh, did we just get duo? No, we didn't, right? Hopefully not.
I am.
Yeah, we just joined a duo.
Yeah, we did. How?
What the f...
Do we? Like,
Because
what do we do now?
we queued up for a second when the unlucky left.
Do you have a third?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we have a green ghost.
I mean, you can play if you want. I just can solo one game.
we just jump off the map or something. Just fucking.
Yeah, okay.
Or just send us in a hotspot. Fuck it. Send us like
Yeah, just
fucking.
send a hotspot.
No, whatever. Badr, I might be interested in changing my editor once I debut. But the thing is, I will have to like, I would basically like, what I want is I want a YouTube manager. Like, if I like currently what I have is I have a YouTube manager, and the YouTube manager, he hires an editor and he hires a thumbnail maker and gets it all out, right? He just basically manages everything. So I don't have to think about it. And I just pay him monthly. But since you're in the VTuber shit, I can hire you instead. Yo, I'll take like tier 2 for 8 months. Welcome back.
15 just resubscribed for 8 months. Follow chat and RPR.
A decent hot drop, I guess.
But didn't you say rather that you're gonna do a yeah, fuck it, send it straight out. When you gonna do a dedicated clip channel? Well, we're supposed to lose Hakis now.
Going down.
Oh god. I've never died so fast in my life. This guy have a turbo devo? He must have. And there's a completely different team as well. I think the Bloodhound has a turbo devo.
Over here.
Okay, Bloodhound's shot.
Hi, honey.
Sad. I should
Okay,
look down
did-
cover. Oh,
Okay,
we're dead.
we did.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Fucking.
Alright, hopefully we get unlucky this game and not green ghost.
I think you just like double like do a chip because my lobby bug. Like I rejoined instantly after and then yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. Some
I
issues.
think we queued up like for a second when you left, and then I guess when you joined back, it just fucking queued out.
Yeah, better. Sigma, thank you for 2 months. Welcome back.
Probably
Guy,
should lift the
thank
shield
you,
again.
whoever. Shut the fuck up.
Z-Saw just resubscribed for 3 months. 7 asterisk asterisk 777777777.
Ziso, fuck yourself. Thank you for 3 months. And lol, thank you for 5 gifts. Appreciate it. Thank you. Nintendo random bits as well.
Duo Vigintillion 777 Unvigintillion 777 Vigintillion 777 Novemdecillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sextecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quatuordecillion 777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777 Octillion 777 Septillion 777 Sextillion 777 Quintillion 777 Quadrillion 777 Trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you, bitch.
77,777,777. Hello RPR 77,777,777. I love you 77,777,777. Fuck you too 777,777,777.
Are you done? Holy shit, man. Shut the fuck up. Did you run the game as well?
Yes.
This motherfucker
Everybody
Brian
will drop.
invented numbers that
Fucking
don't
boring.
exist.
Yeah, they're always hot dropping. Most in energy though.
Yeah, one team.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going top mid like a fucking egomaniac. Alright. I got no gun. I'm dead. There's a purple below you.
What? I get a fucking devotion.
Oh my god, couldn't hit him.
Why can't I find that single gun? Just one. Anything that shoots.
Oh, I'm dead. Fucking devotion.
Okay, I got a car.
One guy's on top still, the Valkyrie.
They're trying to touch me here. They have 2 devotions.
I just can't hit him.
Or Havoc.
I didn't top room.
Yeah,
They're
the
on my box with them. On my box looting. You see them up here.
Valkyrie crack. One's pushing, I think. Or 2. I'm seeing you. I'm with you. No.
Got her or not. I'm dead. Behind you.
On me.
Reloading.
second.
Top one. Where you going, bitch?
Did.
Alright.
They found Devotion Havoc off drop, and I just have an alternator.
Yeah, this guy's
Go
not
rest.
looking out. The fuck? How'd I throw a damage to the right? What the fuck?
There's somewhere purple around. There's a Phoenix somewhere.
Oh no, you tipped $3 for you to find out that DTS does not work on donations. Oh no. Oh no. By the way, I'm thinking of completely turning off donations, maybe.
Wait, guys, it's 9 spots left.
Yep.
It's
I
what?
mean, the entire server dropped Rift and fucking Energy Depot.
Like I mean, PayPal donations. Just like have it all be bits and subs and,
Well, I don't
and
have
stuff
any
like
guns.
that. Instead of it being PayPal
on me.
donations.
Wait, above me here, I think. I think I saw one. I'm fine. I have one mag. I'll kill him with that. I think I saw running here.
Charity,
up
we
here.
could do that. I'm trying to see where the fuck this man is. I got my ult.
Maybe I'm tripping. I might be tripping. It's not even did it.
You saw a bush
I
maybe?
have Wild Gold if you want a Wild Gold.
Let's go
Yeah,
through the
we
Rift and then back at it. I just need to loot. Fucking Devotion Re with no ammo.
I'm prepared. Master.
On a car. Fine by me. Devotion car.
They're hitting the phase driver, right? They just hit it.
Back with the under my face? Yeah. I'm done.
Raid Squadron 11, welcome to rank. I don't know if they've been...
On the left.
Body.
Still
Still
this
alone.
guy?
Man on this guy? Yeah, man on this guy.
I'm lagging the door. No.
Good.
I'm in a portal.
I didn't know you went this way before.
I knew
Oh, he had
his
turbo
Shut
debuff.
the fuck up!
Oh no, he did not
I
have
think
turbo.
his teammates are here.
Sent you just resubscribed for 4 months. AVU_A gifted a tier 1 sub to Marine _ sent
Hey,
you.
thank you for
They have given
gift
65
Marine.
gift subs in the channel.
Hey, Marine? Marine's back? Cinch is back? You're out of prison? Damn.
Maybe they're on the drop.
Better return earlier today. Damn. Alright. Out of prison. Let's go. They went right side with us.
Spitfire.
I'm gonna check for the turb. Actually, I'll take the Spitfire. Fuck it. Dropping car. I got a vial loadout.
Ahoy!
Spitfire Diva.
Yep.
How long are you with us before you're gone forever again?
Hi, honey!
Oh, and I found a turbo as well. Let's go.
Oh, man.
For good? Let's go, dude. Vader is out of school prison. You're out of prison. What is happening? The gang's coming back or what?
Alright, I see.
About to enter prison? F? What do you mean? Don't tell me you're going to score.
I stunned him.
Do not let me pad. You have a pad up there on Hakis.
Huh? Oh shit, on the right, on the right.
I'm annoyed as fuck right now. This guy wants to finish me. He's shooting my fucking knockdown.
Get angles there.
I'm looking. One guy's playing stone still.
Yeah, 50 on the horizon. They're just holding angles.
Okay, finished me like the fucking cringe that he is.
I'm gonna swing left here.
Yeah. If I take the pad, I'm gonna die maybe.
Okay, I got fried.
I stunned this guy.
Playing on the...
He's already queuing up.
Pad pushing me now.
Pat is shit on. Okay, Pat is really shit on.
Pad is really, yeah, Pad is really weak.
That little devotion can fix.
What do they do again? Bro, I don't know, man. Weird.
Little devotion. Can't fix anything. Yeah, since our the debut changed now, we're like doing it a month later, like in May instead of April, because of shit. Because of shit. RPR Sencho cosplay when I'm pretty sure Fruit's gonna do a Sencho cosplay eventually.
We can welcome if you want, guys.
Yeah, we have Isaki watch party and we have a tournament with Uni that we're gonna play soon. Yeah, we're in this inside. There's some shit on me.
We're fighting somewhere.
In that building.
Shut the
Gemini,
fuck up.
thank you for 2 months. Welcome back.
Gemini_Frank just resubscribed for 2 months.
They're playing below.
I third that guy. Fuck. Cracked
Yeah,
him.
he's one, he's literally this one.
I think he swapped. Pathfinder, gold.
Pathfinder, one, literally one dead. That's well.
What the fuck?
I can get seen. Fog.
I think someone's below. Oh, poured it on us.
Lost him.
Oh shit, on roof, on roof. I'm dead, dude.
Back path. I'm blow though.
It's sketchy.
They're
What?
so weird. They got fucking charged rampages, dude.
Give me shit. I'm self-resing Hakis.
I'm dead here. Yeah, I'm dead.
I've gold self-res. It's coming. It's still low.
I can't, I literally can't block it.
Oh, good.
Well, blood on right here. You should try and heal
Shut the
when
fuck
you're there.
up.
Shooter_Frank just resubscribed for 15 months. An anonymous user gifted a
Wait,
tier
Pathfinder
1
is
sub
self-res.
to Shooter_Bank.
Thank you, Anonymous, for giving this shooter.
No way.
Bro, I
Fucking
got,
self-res.
I didn't get to do anything. This guy's poured it into me with a charged rampage, and this guy's fucking beating my back. Strange as fuck.
I got beamed by a bloodhound who's bronze, dude. So hard.
What am I playing, bro? What are
We
these games?
delete self-res already. Like, why is it still in the fucking game? It's so stupid.
Ahoy!
Wait till I charge rampage in my ass. Like, what am I supposed to do?
This game was fun.
Hi, honey.
Bum bum bum. Hi, honey. Rampage is broken on me, bad Rampage, me bad player. No, if you're bad Rampage, you're a good player. So it works. No, Randy. Gonna have other peace out. Bum bum bum. Dum dum dum. Da da da. When does this split end, chat? This is honestly one of the worst splits we ever experienced in our lifetime. But if you think this split is bad, next split is gonna be so much worse because all of these masters are gonna be in diamonds. So next race to fucking red is gonna be like a 4-hour long race. And just gonna be pop stomping.
Yep. Imagine that this split on Olympus is gonna be 10 times worse than King Cannon. I should have nightmares about it. See, level 50 masters. Level 50 master player.
Like, surely they'll look at their statistics and be like, oh, we got 8% player base being masters. That's not right. And they'll full restart the fucking rank.
They've already said they're changing the entire rank system for next season. But, you know, we should have to enjoy one more split of King's Landing before that happens.
They say that every single time when nothing changes, man. They change 3 numbers. They're like, yeah, we fixed it.
Hopefully this sounds better.
Oh, I'm not Ash again, bro. I keep fucking thinking of Ash. Oh, the other that guy.
Active arc. Oh, audio. Hello. What a great game we play. I hecking love Apex Legends.
Hecking love audio.
To me.
I traded. The fucking hecking love Apex Legends. It's the one guy.
Look at one on me.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
the last guy?
You can rest me. I hecking love Apex Legends.
He hecking loves it, dude. He hecking loves it. Yeah, that Ash died in no over dramatic way. Dude. Guy was rolling on the floor for half an hour.
Can you give me a light like if you find one? Oh, appreciate that.
No, okay. I need a wingman. If you find me a wingman, I give you my purple 3-1.
Okay, okay.
Running gardens.
Oh, there you go.
I'm wingman car.
Holy shit. Thank you.
I'm just. Is that a taskmaster? Another guy.
I have no mag on my car or wingman. I need something.
What's up, homie? Homie man.
You have no mag at all?
Yeah, no mag on car or wingman. That's fine.
Cool.
They're fighting growth towers. I don't think the gardens is looted. Gardens is not looted and growth towers is fighting.
Oh shit.
That grapple.
Below you?
One guy's under me, I think.
Yeah. He's taking a sip.
Okay, this guy.
9 down on the...
He's
Okay,
off the
bye.
map.
Bye, Revan.
90,
on him.
41 flush. That's popping his one.
Blue on the guy on the side there.
I'm just going for this guy, I guess.
Yeah, he's blue armor, I hit him 40.
He's in there. 41 blue on him. Cracked him.
Oh no. He's going on top.
Down.
So fast. He's on
I'm
crack.
dead.
He's cracked. Good job done.
Now let me touch him. Little touchy touch.
Need some heavy ammo. I got something good.
Send the crafter, sniper stuff. Ugh. This guy have any loot? Where did the fucking Revenant die? He fell off the map.
Off the
Box
map
which spawns somewhere.
there's
I think it spawns up top, no? On the other side.
I don't know. I actually don't know, no idea.
I think it
Shut
does.
the fuck up!
Spawns like on the
Bulky
corner.
Team
just
13 months, welcome back.
subscribed for 13 months.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, here it is.
What was I gonna say? I don't know what I was
Get a
gonna
Marvin
say.
arm. I'll take the arm, I guess. Dropping some mana. Dropping all my light.
I don't know, chat. My man's all over the place.
Okay. Show me the money. Okay, Marvin here.
Fuck.
Fighting. Fuck it. You got back,
Yeah, I do.
Because care back trip. I swear to God, if they do that to me, I'll fucking fight someone. I will genuinely fight someone.
Shooting in fight nights.
Go for tunnel, I guess.
I really hope these fix rank, chat. This shit boring as fuck. Like, there's no one alive.
Oof. 3x.
I've been reading the light novel, the beginning after the end, so much. That shit's so fucking good.
Inside on me. On the door.
Okay.
Heavy duty copy, and whoever said that is a fucking idiot.
And a bro. And the fucking headies, man.
Pathfinder almost cracked.
Yeah, I don't know about this guy, man.
Pathfinder cracked.
86
Dead.
I have a patty, I'm sending.
I'm coming with you.
I'm doing this.
This guy's patty away. We got left here.
It's going here.
Ran away, I think.
She just swapped purple, I guess.
Blood on skin from bottom left. This guy took the banner on me.
Oh shit. Nice. Oh, it's these guys again. It's that guy.
Shut the
Died
fuck
last
up.
game too.
Jamball
Randy.
underscore connoisseur just resubscribed for 6
Jamball,
months.
thank you since
Hope the
welcome back.
games have been well boss man.
Thank you. This one. Yeah, I saw it selfish.
So many low voltage, there's 3 active right now. The fuck?
They're not Pekara, those guys Uta.
They're shooting in Rift. Yeah, ready. You can walk up left on them. Walk up left and fuck them in the ass.
Yeah, okay, Hakis.
Easy clap. They have no.
God, why do I keep thinking I'm Ash? What is wrong with me? Kept trying to throw tethers at people.
Oh, one knock already.
Crack one.
We're
Nobody
five for
cracked.
it. Nice. Arc in this.
One has sulfurs in there on my arc.
One guy's yes.
What the fuck? Where's the audio?
One. Dead.
I didn't care.
On me, one go.
Oh, the fuck.
What is that auto, bro? New team.
Wait, back to them. Back to them on the new team.
Where the fuck are they? One guy's inside still.
He queued out.
What the fuck?
They just got
Get exploded by someone else. I cracked one there, 45 flush on one. Wait, what is going on?
popping a battle kit. Can you res him?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't have zipline on mine.
Are they pushing?
Yet.
No,
No.
they're not pushing. They're running away.
What? Why? You just knocked me.
There's a guy here still though. I'm moving up on him.
He's running now as
Right
well.
there still.
Cracked one.
Second zipline.
I'm going over it.
They're running hard. I'm chasing.
I think there's a team behind them. That's why.
The guy here, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another team.
Great cracked
dog.
here.
Oh, I dodged it.
Great is dead here.
One guy's closing here.
Dude, that blood on is not real. I'm out of bats completely.
I can give you some. After. 1 sec.
These guys
One on
dropping
the
on
right team.
Dropping better.
I got a bat. I got a bat as well. I might die. I knocked one on the right team. On the respawn beacon. I knocked the guy.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. There's 3 teams here.
Yeah, all teams are here. Play the back spell.
This guy's fucking gold shit.
Oh my god, kill me. Right. One. Dead.
Yeah, if we got more blue crossing. 71 headshot on one.
55. I am 1 HP. That's all you guys.
This guy's porting out.
I knocked the ray from the right side. I think you're resing right now. Oh. Scan again.
Oh, got this guy fucking flushed.
I'm getting.
Alright, 2 for close. Should be a duo.
I am over dead.
I'm helping.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine. 111 on that guy inside.
I'll try and
one
find
shot,
you.
wait one shot.
There's a team coming from here.
Wait, 1 shot.
No, they saw me there.
Come to me, come to me.
You did that slide. What the fuck?
I might be dead here, Hakis.
Yeah, I am 1 as well.
They're on the TP. 2 people.
I'm biting.
Oh shot, they take it.
I think they're fighting now, maybe.
I'm gonna full
Yeah,
heal.
it should be. Yeah, I'm kidding.
It's last 2 things in.
We can take his banner. You can take TP and take his banner.
Headshot that
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
I'm going for it.
Batting.
Should go fucking res, huh?
Yeah, we can just go rift and rest. I'm coming.
Gonna find some heavy, there we go.
Gallop here. Like that. Heavy here if you need later.
I'm good. Yo, the Neoportic kids are good. Isn't the Kanai's brother like pretty decent, chat? From what I've seen?
Still fighting.
Is there something in the care package?
I haven't looked. It's not there. It's not done yet. 45 on one. You gotta care about them swinging behind us now, I think.
Oh. Well, yeah, they could now. These guys are pushing them. I'm getting fucking swung so hard by 2 idiots. Ready? Headshot on one.
71 on wait.
Where's the other team, bro? This smells fishy.
Left.
On the left, on the beacon left.
Oh, okay.
Ref is TPing his teammate here right now. Dalton is still there.
They're gonna go around the right now. I'm gonna go hold the right.
Yeah. They will.
Yeah. I'm holding here, so.
Can you play the side here?
And me, they know I'm alone now.
I'm gonna hold you a bit. I think they're coming from Hakis.
The other team might pinch us here now, though. We gotta be careful of that.
I don't know
I
where
think
they
we
are
should go
right
back. I think we should go back. They run around.
now.
Rift.
Can they?
Yeah, they can. Oh, yeah, they
They're
can.
padding on you, padding on you. No, padding on my side, my side.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm with you, go.
125 on one. They're stuck in a corner here.
One guy's here. Yeah. I got scanned.
Nade.
45 gold. These guys just pre-firing.
Batting.
45 purple. They're going back left.
We are very sandwiched, I think. Get hold a little bit.
Can they really run around this zone? Like that far?
Yeah, they can. They could have out.
No, they're fighting each
I
other.
think they did it.
What?
Yeah, they do.
What did he do? I'm joining.
Okay,
What?
dude, I have 2 KP, bro.
The fuck is this game?
Dude.
Like, they had heat shields. They were heat shielding. Like, you can run around.
Oh no. Kringe.
I'm just confused. Like, if you just have one or like, if you have 2 heat shields there, you make it around 100%.
Hmm.
This game was something else, dude.
I'm gonna rejoin.
Go back to my ash, bro.
Now you guys want to face his head. Are you playing Ash on what's that RP?
Yeah. I like her more. She combines well with Valcolt. It's real nice. You can really get yourself out of some stupid shit with her ult. Change is always in my blood. There. I'm. So jump masters were a bit late. There's definitely 3 teams here.
We should probably go low ground.
Yeah, low ground, just low ground. I got other side low ground.
Oh my god. Hey, hello.
There's a guy here. There's a whole team here on the ground.
I can't tap out.
I'm dead.
I can't move.
Hey, you guys good?
No, my thing is bugged. Why is it bugged? Hello?
I think you can maybe res me if you punch me.
Whoop, dude.
Yeah, I think you can.
Wait,
And as soon as my shit works, I get pushed. Of course I do.
Any medkits?
The guy behind just cracked.
Fuck
Hakis.
off.
I gotta put the changes real quick.
Stay away from me.
He's literally one shot above you. The pathfinder next to you.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, you control this bug, bro.
What is happening in this game? What is happening?
I can't run, dude. My controller is bugging, man.
Shut the fuck up.
I've got no
Lean
changes.
_mouth just resubscribed.
Didn't they 3 months welcome
I'm
back.
being bowed from top.
You guys changes
Yep.
for me? Oh, I found
Dude, I have
some.
alternator beat. Hello?
Oh my, you my hemlock?
They're low looting everything from top, man. I found a car.
You wanna just
Can we
push
go
them
up?
on the zipline, bro? Like, fuck it.
Yeah, I wanna go up.
Yeah, I'm
You're
done.
juicing our juice, man. I'm gonna send my Q straight up.
Hi. Killed him. Doctor's there.
45 flash.
She's so weak.
45
My God,
flash.
you. I'm going from window.
I'm out. I'm going to go now.
One
No!
drop down.
86 headshot. Got him.
Oh, you got him? Nice.
That shit worked out somehow.
Does he have ammo light heavy?
He has
This.
this.
A little bit. Here, that's a little bit heavy.
Wait, oh.
Whatever. It's fine.
Is
I need
this-
a turbo. I'm coming down. I'm coming down.
That guy must be so confused. Why did you? How did that work? I accidentally here. Take this. I accidentally hit, I guess, the little edge on top, so it like didn't remove my double jump. 45 flash.
One shot, one shot, one shot, one.
One dead.
Nice. I almost
To
got the
left
other two.
side. Rape, crack. I'm jetting over. Rape, crack.
I'm resting as well.
No,
Take
I
a
finished.
zip line.
Another team is resting, by the way.
Oh shit, the archers. Betting.
Oh my god, oh my god. They're both flash, just saying.
Arcted, arcted. They can't peek. I got that.
Whose nade is that?
Wait.
Oh, there, nade.
Oh
Nice.
god.
Yeah, the other team. They might come up. No, no, get me, get me.
No, you're good, you're good. You can res him. And you can res me too. They're resing over there.
How they're resting again?
Wait, I'm is okay?
Not bad.
So Juan.
Should be body swap inside, I guess. Yeah.
Dropping light here, kind of. It's
Going
240
up
light.
fucking penis.
Oh, I need the light, holy shit. Thanks, Mark, I love you.
Penis, penis, penis.
I need energy. Can I go down or do I die?
What's coming?
I'll go down.
Dude, chat, I do want to say the new emotes are fucking cool, man. I really love how Uni has done my new emotes. They're kind of like chibi style, but in my new character. Really fucking nice.
In the open.
I love them so much.
Goldfish.
I can't leak them because it will leak my
Energy.
entire character,
Nice.
because they're based on my entire character. There's gonna be 4 animated, because I didn't know what to do for the 5th animated one. And I got
On me,
the...
riding on me. Go down.
And yesterday I got the entire RAF animation of the little anime. And bro, it's like a little bit over a minute. The entire... With like, just
I
roughly.
need to grab bats. I have no bats.
And bro, it looks so fucking
bad.
sick, man. Sheesh.
And I need energy.
That animation is gonna be
I'm
sick,
about
man.
to.
That actually looks crazy, man.
I think
That
that guy was like
animation.
on this side somewhere.
And I also got a template of the like intermission screen and stuff like that, and it really fits well on my character. It's only like it's really early. You see those 3 marks? Those are fucking enemies that run away. Yeah, if you wanna see again. And yeah, it looks fucking sick as hell, bruh. Sick as hell, bruh. I'm super happy with everything. Like, finally, like, this month is the month where everything is gonna be falling into place, you know? And also on Discord, I leaked our hoodie merch that we're doing. A little hoodie. Yeah, finally everything's falling into place, dude. Fighting phase driver? Phase driver?
Yes, we can also go.
Yeah. It's fucking sick. Everything's sick.
Bubble tape. Are they? Oh.
Yeah, I'm outside. I'm outside.
okay.
Yeah.
Just final height, I guess.
50. Drop right here. Behind you, like, oh, you're on the...
Wall on 45 flash inside.
After that, the solo.
Yeah, all that.
Just a duo.
I was so confused, bro.
Yeah, they were shooting a different team though.
No living
Before.
attackers.
Out there. Bats.
I got 4 if you need best. Unlucky.
Wait, okay, thank you.
Just do on this guy.
Hold another turbo.
Yeah, and so for the bootcamp chat,
Too.
obviously, like, I'll be gone for like 12 days or so, but I'm talked to the bootcamp owners, and we're gonna do they're gonna give us setups for streaming. So we're gonna have streaming setups in our private room. In our room will probably be Nicewig and us 3, and we'll just try and do some fun stuff. Like, obviously we'll stream our like practice, but we'll also do maybe like some full cam streams where we just talk and stuff.
Gold helmet. What a 6-pack. Another DT. Hey, in front of me.
The fuck just happened? Is this solo or?
Might be, not sure.
Dude, we already killed this guy a few times. Feel bad for him.
Funny outside.
Teammates, I think there. 45 blue and 1. I think he's hiding here. He has to be hiding in some corner. No way he just fucking escaped like that.
Final grapple out, maybe?
My team is a blood on. What the fuck? How do you disappear in this?
What do you need?
People that are gonna be with us in the bootcamp chat, I'll tell you right now. Jen Burton's team. Probably Bullet's team.
Let's go, dude.
Maybe GMT. NRG is gonna come on like 25th. G2. And TSM maybe on the 25th as well. Probably on the 25th, because they don't want to go a full week. And yeah, like it will be pretty fucking sick. There's gonna be a lot of people that you guys know playing together and just chilling together. And I don't know about IRL stream, but we can definitely full cam stream in the practice room and just sit there and talk and shit. Yeah, I saw it's a hit. Not Templex. Templex is not online.
They're in zone. Yeah, they're in the storm.
What a pitch you guys doing
We're
this
gonna
camp?
up here.
You just play a bunch of like you play next to each other. It's like mimicking a LAN setup where you like play next to each other and practice.
I'm just joining. Fuck it.
Oh shit. Wait, somebody's next to me. Wait, I'm lagging so hard. Somebody's next to me.
Really?
Dude. Meow, dude.
Holy
shit!
That three? Oh yeah, that's three dudes.
What the?
They're rushing.
Dude, you're so horny for a 1KP, dude.
They're below me.
Dude, that is fucking weird how fast I just died, man. What
There's
is
another
that?
team below me. They actually dropped down. No audio. Stop that.
Yeah, they're right here. He's grappling up. I'm just like one dead, bro. 93 and 5. What?
One shot. Like, what the fuck? How is there another team on me?
Why is everybody in fucking zone?
I'm done over you though.
You're dead.
Oh yeah. I thought we were gonna be in. Save me! Can maybe get time for a syringe. Yeah, I'm good for a syringe.
Another heat shield?
No, I don't have any shield.
The guy who
I
killed
lost my
Nirmal
kid.
came in and
That's
said he
from
killed him
this
3 times in the current match. My bad. I got killed 3 times in this match by you guys. Yeah, dude, my bad, guys. You got my banner? 14 seconds? You got that.
Yeah, definitely. Locked in, I'm fast. I'm fast as fuck, boy.
Boy.
I was just so confused because there's 3 teams. Please don't hurt me.
Oh yeah, chat, also for the opening of the stream, The OP, the animator did the bunch of mementos and shit, and they look so good. It actually looks so good. It looks exactly how I wanted it to look.
Die!
Like all these plushy, Torvalds plushie and shit like that. It's so fucking cool.
Shut the fuck up.
I could maybe show you guys
Were
some.
just resubscribed for 8 months.
So 8 months open up.
If you win this game, 100 subs.
Nice. I like that. I got just lost his head. I just lost his head. Eat you.
Yeah, I'll show you guys in a sec. X, and then I said, I'm going X Games mode.
Wait.
Where the fuck is he? Like, what the? What is this audio? Okay.
Oh yeah, he definitely
Bro,
saw
like-
you there.
What?
What is his audio?
What the fuck is happening?
How did he make it there?
Who is this little cringe lord? Whatever.
I'm so confused.
Gunning.
Oh god, it's Smiley, dude. He's Pred.
Oh no, a predator! Oh no. Chad, let me show you, Chad, let me show you. Let me show you some of the mementos.
Oh wait, I have to rejoin. Give me a sec.
Swag on my head.
You're fucking struggling.
It's a game, man.
Okay, there's that one. This one. I'm in my room. Just know that this is not finished product. It still needs to go through like composition and shit like that. It's far from finished, but this is how it looks for now. One second. Okay, so here we have some mementos. This is Cupid, Kaminari Cupid. This is Bora ornament. This is Nazuna and this is Chichan. Their hair ties. The colors are a little bit weird now because they'll be animated, right? Here, obviously, you see Udin and Bibi. Then here we have Roto, and you guys know what this is. Then here we have Kuchan. Right now it's red because it's gonna be animated and it's gonna be like a yellowish orange glow. You have a cat now. And then this is Shiramanta's one. Obviously there's a lot more, but you know, work in progress, work in progress. Hope you get a cat.
Hey, yo.
Why the fuck do you care? I have
Yeah,
3 dogs. Why do you care what kind of pet I have? What the fuck?
Holy shit. I got bottom.
Yeah, I'll go bottom too.
Oh no, I got death. Don't worry, I got this.
I got a Eva at least. Okay, I'm proud of Eva. I'm decent, I guess.
You can go actually.
I have triple taking charge rifle. I'm really not ready.
You can have my Eva.
I got it on it.
They're fighting hard.
Fucking all on us. He's cracked.
Hey,
Nice.
Lucky's from UK, I believe.
One guy cracked.
Naded.
I got stuck. He's gonna push maybe. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Oh my god. No, no.
Dead. One more.
You motherfuckers do not
He's
care.
flash,
that
he's
I'm
flash,
not
he's
dead.
flash, Hakis. Tweet!
He's nading.
Oh god.
He's on the back. The arm is up.
Ah.
Crack. Dead.
More people coming.
Yep.
Popping medkit. Okay.
Where are they coming from?
On the other side, north. They're resting.
What the fuck is happening?
Marking up. I arced myself.
You're down, up.
I arced
good.
one and up. Yeah, I'm with you.
You're already at the fucking. They went down.
Okay.
Fucking hell, dude. I'm down to send it. I'm good to see you.
I'm down. Going.
But
holding
I
it.
should realize I don't have much ammo, but fuck it.
Ami, here. One. Dead. One behind me. Oh my deal.
Back.
One. Nice. Better.
Dude, like 20 people died in this build.
Dropping a Phoenix.
I need someone to line them. Got 11.
Dropping one stack for you.
Okay.
Low ground on me. Full team low ground. Arcing out.
Okay.
Duo, dude.
Stop down there.
Crack one.
I'm nading the corner. This guy's. Yeah, he's
Oh,
headed.
40 flash. 40 flash.
100.
One on me.
The low one. Dead.
Yeah, I got short.
Cool.
Fire coming in.
Hug you.
Where?
Fire towards balls.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're driving towards it or not.
You like me now? I know who you are, but like I don't have any
We can
special.
take the car here as well, though.
In front of me.
Yeah. Wait.
Purple and red.
I'm a fucking rampage, dude. I don't want to have that.
He's dead there. Let's go. There's 2 of them there.
Fuck, dude.
Oh, I got it. What the fuck happened to me?
Good.
I'm dead.
Someone.
Use me.
I need help.
Yeah. Cracked. One.
I
Dead.
can't aim, bro. I'm pointing a battery.
Excuse me. Yeah, you're good.
He's on me. All good. I'm
Inside,
holding.
inside. On the door, on the door.
Yeah.
You can maybe rest. Maybe rest.
Yeah, you can rest. You can rest.
Force on the breaker.
You missed. Kick it. Good up.
7.
I'm tethering upwards.
Yo, rampage hit fire. Bossing, man.
This guy really kicked and then missed.
That is just... Can't let that happen, bro. Can't have that happen. I kind of wanted to die and see my death recap. No cap. I died fast.
Yeah, that was some world record shit. The way you went down. Not as me as going down to that 1D, though. And then the fucking whip. What? I mean, you fucking... Dude, I'll beat your ass on land, dude. I'm leaving.
Where are we going? On the right side, I guess.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
Get back in there.
What is our vlog doing?
I don't know. Controller things.
Yeah. Oh.
Where the enemy? Oh, wait. Enemy 149 seconds. 130 seconds? That's a while.
They're
Still there.
still
Still
there.
right here.
Oh my god. Guy on you is stunned. He's stunned on you.
I'm biting.
Gapple back. Captain 20 flash. I got a bat.
That's it. Archer. You're fine.
Well done,
What?
crack.
Hello? What is that art?
I might die here. How am I dying so deep around corners?
Another one. Half. Oh my god.
Saw you.
Damn. Basically, I'm dead.
I
did
just
that all
died
hit me?
so deep around the corner. What is that shit, man? I was already behind a fucking tree.
I just got hit by no indicator arc. That was sick.
I'm just fighting a fucking point and pink warrior. That's what I'm doing. Guy's literally playing from a fucking different hemisphere. By the way, the third buddy just came in with a charge rifle. Who the fuck is this
You are
guy?
Oh,
too fucking ambitious.
Blood is so
getting,
far away, by the way.
The other two are gonna get turreted. Yeah, they're getting turreted right now.
Yeah, dude.
There's a charge rifle.
Actually,
Can I get you?
maybe.
I have gold bags, so if I get this off.
My body's like literally next to the car.
Wait, who are you?
Why? Why? Go help your team! Bro, look, hello? It's a joke, right? Teammate fighting a whole different team.
No, oh shit!
No, you're getting fucked by the car!
There's no way!
Ah!
The car griefed me, man!
What are these guys do? What do these think he's doing? They just stopped fighting this guy and decided to sit on your forehead? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
Like,
Fucking car griefed me.
nice run, give a sec.
God damn it, man. What are they doing on your forehead? What is this Psyche? I think 16th or 17th or something. Have you seen Rice lately? Rice Source? Rice is just like, she's in PST, so she doesn't usually, and she works, so she doesn't usually show up on stream until, like, if I stream very late. Tova is almost a 1 mil. Dude, that's so crazy.
Shut the fuck up.
Hin_biker just resubscribed for 8 months. Tao Fukarita.
Tova Fukireta, thank you, Pika, for 8 months. Welcome back.
Ah, we go again, we go again. You have 0? No, one team.
Ooh, PK wingman, that's mine. I don't want everyone, hands off the fucking guns. Fuck with me.
Hands off the fucking guns, mate.
Hands off my fucking weaponry. He's in that building. I'm gonna tether in and arc him and he's dead. I missed and missed.
I'm alternator massive.
Below me? Climbing one. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, he's got a devotion. He's got a fucking devotion! He swooped.
Base 50.
He's trying to finish me. His mom's so fat and he's ugly. He just finished me.
Wait, behind me. No
Rape one that on me. Yo, fuck his emotion, man. Like, bro.
What is up with everyone getting devotions? You guys suck at the fucking game. If you don't have it in your fucking hands, you fucking pussies, man. Holy shit, man. Holy fuck.
No, I didn't unlock that either.
I like it.
Holy shit. Why is Devo a thing, bro? Like, actually go fuck yourself with your zero skill in your fucking arms. You ever been to Sweden? Also, are you nervous? Nervous of what? Well, I've never been to Sweden, no. Devo and Rampage, like two things that are just like, bro, like shove it up your fucking asshole. And guys, the devs should fucking take it and shove it up their assholes for making that weapon. Devo should not exist. Like, Devo and Rampage should not exist as they are. I already drank soju with the Raz before, but I doubt any players are gonna be drinking that.
I was up there. Yo, I'm gonna need that fucking ammo back. Thank you very much. I got so scared. He stole it, dude. I got so scared. I'm pushing up here.
You got this.
Did you crack?
Why am I lagging so much?
Hitting me?
Fuck.
Servers are ass recently.
No, my internet was lagging like crazy.
Recently, my bad, all day. No! Tag it, dude.
Where's the team?
I'm below, I think.
Wait, yes, turbo fucking havoc. Hello? Any more ammo? Oh, behind me, behind me, behind me. I'm aping this guy.
I'm such a bitch.
Wait, new team, new team.
Different team.
Yeah, I got here. Purple.
Headshot.
6-6. And then
Dead. Okay.
the ammo.
In front of me.
Here, almost got.
Dead with him. He can't jump out. Great headshot. Bruh. Stop playing games.
I did get energy and I'm a stack, to be honest.
Did you kill this here?
Hey, behind me, behind me, behind me.
Oh, I jumped out. Jump out if you can.
Can you jump
Them,
those
crack
two,
them,
yeah?
crack them. I think it's a
Is he
solo.
alone?
I think
Where is
so.
he?
Up top, up top.
I'm able to lie on top here.
Just waiting for you guys to come behind us, man.
You sure you didn't run?
He ran. He's on the
Still there.
on the top.
Almost cracked wide. He's coming down now. He's coming down now.
Dropping.
He's dead, dude.
You stuck?
Fuck, dude.
This guy sticks me. Like, get something better to do with your fucking life.
You have a Phoenix? Man. I'm
No.
still
Gotta
selling.
use mine. This idiot stuck my ass.
I'm gonna take it up in master if anyone was.
Yeah.
I just did energy ammo. I have a turbo havoc, but no extra bullets.
You didn't craft it. Crafting ammo is OP now. It
Here's
actually
energy.
takes nothing. More energy here. More energy here.
Did everything.
No one picks up energy. Tell us in Palace she hit 1 million. She just got it. Let's fucking go, dude. That's sick. Nice stone mill. iconically singing pallet while reaching 1 mil. That is so sick.
We can valve if you want. And you're ready, Hakis?
Yep. Okay. $1 mil.
I am ready.
Go, dude. Go up, farming.
Hey, they're fighting.
Oh.
Wait,
Wait.
here? No.
No, it's here.
Fighting high ground.
Same, I guess. I'm like bottom.
These guys have no idea we're here.
Oh,
Three
Oh
on
my
us.
god.
Wait,
Wait,
wait.
that-
Nice.
One is cracked inside the flush.
I'm playing slow.
Yeah, play slow, blow. The other team's coming. One run out on me, I think. One running left.
Can't see.
Yeah, on me.
Oh my god, big zone.
Wait, there's another guy on me. No, I got one clipped.
Is that a
In the
different team?
corner. Yeah,
That's
he's
the
a
same
solo.
team.
Solo. Yeah, he's a solo right here. You can get me. I'm safe.
Yeah. There's him.
They're gonna rest the Horizon. They're gonna rest the Horizon.
No, they won't. This guy is cheating or some shit. I swear to fucking Jesus. I got repeated. You can res me
Is
on
he
the
weak?
corner here.
I'm getting.
So yeah, dude.
Hold the left. Yeah, we're getting sandwiched. We gotta push left there. He's swinging left.
Ah, shoot.
Get into the building. Get into the building here.
Coming.
Any medkits? I have 0 medkits.
Nope.
Take mine.
not
Take
yet.
mine. I'll just fucking pass the region.
I think it's 8, I'm not sure. I'll look. Yeah, they are. Off the right side right now.
Also on the crack.
Cracked up in.
I got a bad.
Pushing into headship, I guess.
Fucking tethered him on 10 flush. What the fuck is he doing? 45
not, dude?
purple. Knocked one.
Dead.
I hit that guy though.
There's another team just zipping on them on the roof.
Wait, for real? Oh shit, dude.
Map 80.
I knocked the apple on YouTube, I think. I'm not sure.
Behind me on left.
Yeah. Bangalore. Bangalore almost cracked.
Back on one shot. Back on one shot.
Got her. Push that.
I'm selling. I don't have any big heals.
On me. Back on me.
45. Fuck. My bad.
You're alone. You're good. Still fighting. They're still fighting. I'm yoiding this. I'm sending it.
Same.
You guys got done. Big pumping on you though.
Oh, that.
Nice.
Oh. Cringe.
What?
Top 1 mil, yeah. She deserved 1 mil way before this, but it's not when you get it, it's the fact that you got it that matters. Subsiaka is good. We're chilling. Yeah, I mean, Toa had an amazing journey as a VTuber. I mean, she, you know, we all go through our, you know, our hardships and shit, but she powered through, and now, in my opinion, she's like the best VTuber singer. Like, but with her music and everything, she's like popped off crazy, and she's only gonna continue to grow. So, can't wait to see.
Anybody playing late game? Right here, set
I jumped out already.
Oh my god!
Fine.
45 purple on that guy on the left.
Walk one shot.
I'm trying to nade him. They're getting sandwiched, I believe.
Give me one. Please bubble, you bitch.
Give it that, give it that.
150
That bad?
as well. Nice.
Yeah, then.
I'm phoenixing.
7, 80, 50, dead. No!
Sorry. I didn't know this
Man.
guy had it. I didn't even know he had it. I was just shooting random.
You're an easy
I got
boys.
so many bats.
Oh my god, the energy on this guy. Out.
Ramp. We're fine. Hold it.
Body.
Battered.
I stunned one.
I can't hit anything. We're doing great.
Octane crack.
I still can't hit this guy. I don't know. I'm just seeing colors. Headshot the one.
Octane, you got this?
Very interesting what's going on.
That was so hard for me. I don't know why. I don't know if it was the gen or the fences that was throwing me off, but I couldn't aim because of all the colors. I was actually having difficulties to see them. I'm ulting us up. What now? 4 with 11.
Balcony.
We can balcony.
Jump. Yeah. It's fine, let's go.
I don't know where to go.
Shut the fuck up.
TMC, thank you very much. Welcome back.
Inside the building.
In there.
Oh, they're fine.
Oh shit, dude.
That's a duo. I'm patting on this. That's a duo.
Valkyrie 70. I didn't stun. Oh.
What the fuck going on? Now it's just full teams left.
No.
They're ratting the port. The fucking
One guy, pepper one.
Yeah, Papa,
dead, bro. Are you fucking kidding me, you cringe lord?
Load.
You guys got this. I'm gonna sell first.
That on crack as well.
Marking him.
I'm grenading her. Okay.
Stop opening the door! Holy shit.
Break 50. Last crack again. That one, literally one shot.
Blood dead. Happening each other back.
Crack.
Dead as well.
Break that.
Oh, dead. New team behind him. They're shooting them back.
Are you fucking kidding me? They're ratting the...
Yeah, they're coming up on headies.
One guy 50, I think the Octane, I'm sure.
I think the high ground. I don't reach. I go back. One on my left, I think. One TP right.
Guys, here.
See, I'm batting.
I'm with you.
Right below me. Multiple right below
Yeah.
me.
Two on your RPR, careful.
I stuck one.
Right one, you want. Right one.
Got him. I'm standing.
Where's the last guy? Headshot. No way, I TP on the package and 3 of them are ratting in a corner, bro. I wanted to fucking... I wanted to break something just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
the skills, bro.
29er, almost a 30. Almost a 30.
I mean, these are just glorified pubs, if you ask me.
What do you mean? Are you saying that these new 10k master players are not worthy of their rank? Come on, man.
I would never offend 50% of the player base.
50% of the players.
Insta Q, please don't tell me I'm not in the game.
You not from... Yeah, this.
You're in, you're in.
Oh
you're
my
in.
god, okay, come on.
I was looking forward to seeing Green Ghost again.
Green Ghost!
Energy.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Not in his power. 3 teams gardens. Are we alone?
Man, what the fuck is this shit, man?
3P gardens fast. 3P gardens fast.
I'm picking up a bow and a Eva and I'm going, dude.
Yeah, I got
Oh, yeah.
Rampage Beak, I guess.
I'm going, dude. 3
Rampage
times
Beak.
bow, 16 arrows. No questions asked.
Oh my god, I'm so
I got
not
hammer
stacked.
Actually got Hammer Point Beak. I'm happy with that. Ooh, ooh, ooh!
Yeah,
Okay,
Pred is
Marvin
what?
juiced me up.
40k, 42k? What is it now, dude?
40.5.
Huh? Already?
Yeah, it's 40.5.
This game.
Wasn't it yesterday like 41 or?
No, like 40.5. 40,500.
Is that guy hiding in the corner there? What's happening there?
Wait, what the fuck is that guy? I pretty bad you.
Where? I'm just AFK.
Yo, Sonja.
Real fun, yeah.
What the fuck going on? Did he have guns on him at least?
No, I didn't have anything.
On height. One on me as well. GB. Hit him 40 blue.
The 3 times on bow is weird.
GB running on right here.
I got one shot here.
Oh,
Blood
2
on
on me.
him there. I'm breaking the door.
No, I'm so funny. I'm coming too.
Blood on blue.
We're outside.
Give me bubble.
They bubble, yeah.
51 blue on Gibby.
Give me a man. Give me one.
team
Both
right
on you,
though.
both on you now.
Yeah.
My arrow is
Still
back.
fighting over there as well. More people fighting.
Oh, he's coming from middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, see him. Heading up.
I mean, no. Oh my god.
Above you, Seer.
Wait, one shot, wait, one shot.
Papa climbing on you.
Yeah, it's on me.
I'm right above you, we're good.
Yeah.
Papa and flash. Dead.
Okay.
Purple Seer.
Seer cock.
What is that? What am I gonna hit behind you, Raid?
No, dude.
Use my shield if you want. It's like he's not even aiming at me, but he's hitting me. Like, what the fuck is going on in this video game?
Yeah, I'm cropping your flatline. Drop your purple standard stock here.
They were fighting grow towers, right?
Yeah. You have Aqua soon?
I have, yeah, right now.
You need a heavy mech?
I'm just
Hakis?
kidding. I got a purple.
I'm not
Take it
dropping
from
this
you.
one. Here?
Is there a sight better than holo?
I need a
Not
3-1. I'm holding a 3-timer
With
on
3x.
me, but
I found a 3x, I'm good.
I'm
I'm ready to back
holding
of
from
the
a 3-1.
go.
Same. Wait. Someone here.
Alright. Just gotta hide.
Another guy now. I'm banning hide.
There's 3 of them ones to try to one guy was hiding, dude. Are you kidding me? That guy's really crazy with the wingman though.
Okay. Dead.
Fucking, he's so good. Dude,
Fuck, they're
I'm
strafing
sorry,
so weird.
but like I wouldn't give that Octane even diamond. I'm sorry. Like I really wouldn't. I wouldn't give him diamond.
So overconfident.
Like that's a plat player. Surely.
Maybe you don't like him dropping down in the open, running straight at us in a straight line. You don't think that's master? Come on, man. He worked hard for that rank.
Yeah, not bad. What do you want? Really? Like I don't wanna, you know, take away from anyone's achievements, but like, motherfucker, if you're in master and you walk in a straight line when I'm shooting an alternator, and I mean, something's wrong, you know. That guy didn't understand the concept of cover.
Is there a guy there? I'm not tripping.
I'm not sure either. I don't know if I'm just drawing.
They're like ants.
Shut the fuck up.
Done just resubscribed.
No, I don't think this is not good.
Don, thank you so much. Welcome back. How's Toa doing, chat?
Oh, they're shooting in
She's still crying?
here somewhere. Turbine.
The chat, when Toa cries, it's like... I don't know. I'm an empath, as they would say. An empath. Like, when someone's crying, I always feel that, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to watch someone cry, for me, personally.
Oh, in front of me.
Jesus Christ, it's crazy.
What was the rockets? What the fuck? Why did they get cancelled like that?
He's up on the
One
wall.
on height, one on height, one on height.
The guy on height is almost cracked.
Yeah, I did 14 on
Popping a
him.
bed.
Fuck the guy.
120 on raid.
No, he...
Raid queued out.
Path is low on me. Hit a 50
where?
flash. 50 flash on path.
Raid is
Oh,
also
no.
low. I cracked one on you.
New team.
Give me.
Come,
You have
come,
a
come.
TP up here?
Yeah, come here. Can you crawl?
Oh, yeah, probably. Get a cover on Aki when you can. Fuck, I almost put
Running
that
up now. He is the best player in the whole world. I missed the TP.
Area.
Oh my god, almost died.
Shut the fuck up.
Keep looking for the base.
Bro.
Second.
He is.
Give me crack. Give me one shot. Up top on the left. We should push this raid.
I give it. Go for it.
Queued out.
Yeah, my
help
bubbles.
us. One dead.
Kill me! Cracked him as well. Before.
I'm hitting my teammate more than anyone. Alright, what the fuck is going on? Where the fuck I am?
Ooh, shotgun ammo. Nice.
Ben, I think you're trying welcome.
B peak went kinda crazy there. I like how out bubble. I won the bubble fight with the peak against the massive.
I mean, that Gibby run in the open, the fucking almost one clip before he even bubble. I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah,
Got
no, I
8
knocked
bats.
him instantly and then I fought the horizon.
You guys need bats, I got 8.
I got
4.
Born to be wild. I swear I hear something on my right and I'm just not even gonna look at it. I'm just gonna ignore it. Oh fuck. Think I fucking care.
You have Valcote?
Yes, of course. I do.
Dude, I'm the king of assists, bro. 10 fucking assists. There I am.
Nice.
3 kills, 10 assists. Up there.
Okay, let's go. Oh, okay.
Cannot be out.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, is that another person there?
Wait, where?
I swear to God, there's a human there.
What are you?
What?
Trolling.
Wow, man.
Actually trolling.
Motherfuckers, you saw it too, man.
I didn't saw anything.
So why'd you
Listen
go?
to the ping.
Because I trusted you.
Yeah, just listen to the ping.
I dropped 2 bats in the other.
I'm just looking for light.
Probably in orbital. I think they're shooting solar, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Selfish, little do you know that I trained Aqua.
On me.
A little bit ahead.
Yeah, a little bit.
On the roof here.
Come back.
Red armor.
Cash should be here.
I got it right
Horizon
now.
there.
He's got
Wait,
Kraber Horizon.
Horizon Kraber.
Fever.
Octane's up here now alone. I'm gonna tether. On you, Lucky.
Oh, it's here. 160, I'm sending.
I'm with you, Lucky.
Yeah. This one.
Oh, my fists out! Why do I have my fists out? I hate that bug.
Oh no.
Break it.
Oh, 86.
Don't get no scope. Fuck you guys, bro. That was mine. Everyone knows that was mine, dude. Put my name on it, dude.
Fastest gun swap ever.
Where's Octane, dude?
He's dead.
Oh, here.
I had my name on it and everything. Whatever, bro. I don't care.
Got another package. Double Kraber, boss champ.
Yeah, one for me. Up there.
I'm taking both.
You're not taking, but I'm showing you up the map.
Doubt.
They were up
We tried to
here.
do double top.
I haven't, but I heard it's good. But still. Guns ass. Mass for me at least. On the roof.
Sounds already.
100 UB.
Why are you doing you, man? Bro.
I have 2 purples, Valkyrie and whatever.
built on us. He built on our head. Careful.
Yep. Hopping back.
I got stunned by that. Fuck off.
They're running, I think. Yeah, dude.
Drop that guy. Look at him there.
Oh my god, he is weak.
80 on walk.
Ah, he just bobbled. You bitch.
Gibby's gonna get tethered. What is he doing?
Nading me. Good nading me. Oh my god, that was insane. That is insane.
Pushing close to you, Hakis. I whipped everything, my bad. Got him.
Another team, you gotta get me fast. Another team, you gotta get me fast. He
Okay,
shield, by the way. Sun is closing.
Oh, this Valkyrie is so annoying. Got her.
Where's the other team?
New team coming
We're shooting
somewhere.
behind them. Come behind them. We're shooting behind them. In the
It's
show,
not
probably.
shot. I don't see them. What?
He's shooting in the show.
Yeah, they were, but I flew up and there was nobody. There's a light, maybe.
No,
I have a lot.
I need. Thank you.
Come on, Jesus. I'll go.
Package, I think. Yeah, they took pressure on me. I got stunned by that. No shot. 150.
Hey, Third one.
Still TP.
Drop one. You just got nade or like, are you... Okay, the other guy knocked me.
Wait.
Loba shit on. 1 HP
Yeah.
Loba.
I think you probably get me that
I feel like
Oh,
this
that's me.
last you.
Lost solo. That's bad. Oh, what the fuck? How did it take so much damage? Rat beating me in the ass.
Wow, Master Lovers are so hard. Everyone, make sure you grind hard so you can get here one day.
You mean they're great.
Pubs are harder. I mean, true. Honestly. Riposo. Riposo. Booyah. Bum, ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da.
Guys, insta drop. Insta drop.
Shit, man.
Team coming here anyway. You can go top back. No.
Wingman with a red dot and no one's landing on me?
I'm getting
Wingman with a
scammed
red
over
dot and a fucking purple?
Somebody come. Oh my. Left one.
Shit, there's more on you.
No, he's cheating. Nah, he's not. But he's resing us. He's resing.
What the fuck just happened though?
here. I'm confused.
I'm confused. This guy gave me half shot, dude. So
Wait.
hard. Like, so good. Can I make finisher? Please,
90 blue.
I worked my punch. Now they get assist because with my punch.
Hey, don't hate
With that.
the player, hate the game or some shit like that. Don't hate the game, hate the player. No.
Yeah.
Something like that, dude.
You got him.
It's there somewhere, dude.
On the balls.
Hate the player and hate the game, dude. Hate everything, bro. Who gives a fuck?
Hate everything.
Get in the fucking car, we're gonna go do some motherfuckers. Hakis, what the fuck are you doing?
That's looting.
I'm looking for an R3. I have a fucking alternator.
That's fine. You killed him in the phase job, we have so much.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'll take the R9 at least.
Shut the fuck up.
Wayward team prime, welcome. Wait, we just fly through poles, dude.
Wait. Right side though.
Nice.
Oh.
No point to be in a car anymore.
They dropped down. Oh my. I think
they
two teams,
split?
or maybe it's the same team.
I think they're
Hakis
split as
damage,
fuck. Yeah, 2 guys on right here. Yeah, they're definitely split. They're just split. Tethered the guy
Oh my God.
with purple armor.
I'm popping that.
Crack the blood on. I can't hit him then. Fucking hell, man.
What's the other guy?
I almost, but then I didn't.
DB60.
Octane right. 76 Octane. Octane crack.
Moving up.
On the bins. Back.
Yeah, trying to fucking narc him.
Do one shot on me.
Blood on 90, 120 Hakis. 120 on blood on. Behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh my god, what is he doing?
Dead. I'm looking for this guy. You can maybe rest.
Yeah, I can reach.
He's absolutely going out.
Why does he peek that?
I don't know, I hit him 120 with him and he's still alive. Oh, oops. I'm shooting ghosts. I need me some heavy ammo. Heavy ammunition. There you go. You need penis? Not, I guess. Dude, I'm juiced.
Booster.
Come back, Kararin. Did you get all your vaccines, Hakis?
Yeah, I got 2 of them. I'm gonna do my booster soon, I guess.
I just did my booster this Friday.
Problem is that I have the entire week lined up for tattoos, so I don't wanna like take the booster and tattoo myself. That sounds
Yeah,
like
and
pain.
then fucking, yeah. Well, I'm be real with you, I took booster, my arm hurt a little bit, and then yesterday I felt a little bit like sluggish, but nothing else, honestly. I expected to have a fever and shit, but I didn't.
The package.
Bless you.
Jesus.
Bless you.
This attacked by my body. Is it gonna be cold in Stockholm? End of April?
Yeah. Not gonna be hot at least.
I'm gonna need a jacket.
Definitely. Probably gonna be like 5 degrees-ish. 5 to 10.
Resin behind us.
Get in.
Fuck are they doing?
Out of here. Oh, I used the car.
45 white and bottom.
Okay. Hello?
Oh, dead.
Now the blood on, right?
Yep.
You gave
I
me
crack
one?
one, crack one, crack one, crack one.
I'm gonna.
The fuck was that?
Can't hit it, the best one yet. I'm such a bitch.
Dropped in 45 purple. 90. I don't understand
45.
this shit movement.
He's literally one shot. Still running. Here somewhere. There's two shot.
Where's the third?
Don't know.
Don't tell me he's getting banner again.
Oh god. Did we finish the one guy?
No. The first year we have to sit out. Don't know.
There's in red now.
That was interesting. I got 3-tapped.
Yeah, you got fucking put down.
I was mid-air padding, tap surfing and everything. He just 3-tapped me.
All headshots or what?
I guess. Could have been headshot, body, I guess.
Sometimes
Go back.
lucky, I guess.
God damn.
Sometimes lucky.
There's still one guy alive from them. You wanna back up to?
Okay.
No shot, they just started fighting, dude.
I think they killed him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It's gonna land on here, I guess. It's gonna split off. If you don't expect that.
Right here, right here. Not gonna hide.
There's him.
2-1, dead.
111 on that guy. 90 gold on Bangalore. Back me.
I didn't shoot anyway. I'm sad. I need to land him.
I'm barrel with you, bro. These guys are a hot piece of ass.
What do you mean? They're monster.
My bad. I just saw
You guys have
population.
Only one bad shot.
6.
Yo, what the?
I may have 5.
Thank you.
Just me. Dude, ever since I lowered my sins, my wingman has been elevated. It's been elevated. Can't wait for LAN where there's gonna be no fucking input delay and it's gonna be back hit, dude. Sheesh, you remember Poland Hakis? That shit was fucking bossing.
What happened in Poland?
The register was fucking insane. With the guns.
Yeah.
Everyone used
Yeah,
301
yeah.
in Poland instead of R9 because that shit was just fucking sticking like glue, dude.
Dude, 0 ping, fucking amazing.
It's just like, I can't believe it's been like 900 and something days since 0 ping.
Dude, I can't wait to play on the 0 ping servers. Ooh. It'll be so nice.
People actually don't even know how smooth this game runs on LAN servers. Listen, I know you're a control player,
you're
but
definitely a controller.
like,
That is like
You gotta learn to
That's like a
adapt
crime,
to
dude.
two shotguns. You know, you gotta practice. What I'm doing here right now is I'm providing a practice for you, practice environment to use other weapons that you're not accustomed to. So you should really thank me, honestly.
I didn't even want it to have it. It's fine.
The inside
I'm
turbo.
0.7 on 800 DPI.
Resting as well.
Wait, they died right in front of me, by the way. You know, energy depot,
Yeah.
Oh.
right here.
Yeah.
Look
Wait,
at them.
are
Full
they
team
here?
walking.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for
Trap
this fight.
one?
They're fighting hard here. We're going inside up here.
All right, I'm coming.
Back the guy. Dead.
Left, middle, top.
Yeah,
Here,
on
here. Half.
What's up,
Oh,
Italy?
I
So,
can't hit
70
him.
on him. 70 flash on him.
Dead.
I'm getting bowed from somewhere.
From here.
Bangalore.
I grabbed the bow, Andy.
Darling.
Last one was here somewhere. Bangalore. Just one team.
Still flying here. On the corner, right there.
Okay.
Behind me, my luck.
You're running?
Good run, yeah.
What is up with this
Not a
motherfucker,
crop,
dude?
I'm with you. Victor. Wait, what were you?
Catch Revenant on me.
There are two on you, I think, Hakis.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, this fucking is running. What is he doing? I don't understand. Like, what is this?
45 on you. Oh my
Oh,
god.
there's like there's two on me. No! Two on me. Oh, I'm gonna catch Revenant. I need to go in. Nice. Okay.
This guy!
There's two of them. Fucking come. He deserves a finisher.
What is this guy doing, dude? I don't understand my enemy, dude. I actually can't
Pardon me?
understand my enemy.
No way we're still playing Revenants in this game. That's like Soul Season 5.
I'll wait for KC soon.
It's actually coming back. Octane Crypto Revenants.
It's back,
Oh,
dude.
dude.
And with this, with like 50 million master players,
Yeah.
it's gonna be fucking
I
fun,
think-
dude. It's gonna be easy, but fun.
Shut the
Name the
fuck
band.
up.
Not worrying.
Lillian Fernandez _, just resubscribed.
Actually,
Lillian,
for
16 months, welcome back,
months.
thank you.
Wicked.
Damn. Just see me through the smokes, man.
Wicked.
84 on one.
Close on us.
They're gonna be
Blood on the track.
90 on that guy. 120 on the Pathfinder.
One, hit one. Dead.
Swinging right.
45 flash. No, one shot.
Fuck, his mom is fat. This guy right here, Hakis.
Fuck him up, bro.
Was he going for a res? What was he doing?
he was just hiding behind a tree, but the tree was not in cover for me.
Can Valkyrie if you want. Or they gonna push us maybe, I don't know.
Nice team.
Hey guys!
Back on the big height.
I got my ult, I got my ult.
Coming.
Okay. Take
Okay.
girl.
Yeah, I'm still Valkyrie.
That Ashe ult is so cringe.
Right
Oh,
here,
up.
over here.
Full armor, hello?
I'm behind you, Hakis, behind you.
Oh, what the?
I'm gonna...
I can't up around him.
Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. I'm lighting his face.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, wait, I can't. This guy is... He has to be kidding. I can't, dude.
Lost one.
He has to be kidding. Oh my fucking god, dude. That's not real life. I refuse to believe.
Roll to press.
Actually, I just need 7,500 more RP.
It's not that much.
I mean, the Messiah got tanky one day. 10,000 RP in one day. What the fuck is that?
Imagine.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Why are you 3 pros 3 stacking pubs, guys of cringe? Dude, I'm sorry. We can't win ranked, so you have to play pubs. Where's Amanda? He's streaming, man. Ronin, I am doing absolutely fine. Ronin, I don't fucking know, dude. This game is it's fucking know this game is fuck. Look, usually 18k RP what I have right now, you know, you would be like, you know, top 600.
I am so dead.
Why?
Yeah, they're running. I'm scared of you, man.
Okay, well, I found stuff. Okay, I'm good to go.
They're all inside, I guess. I'm gonna get team shot in 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
Never mind. Brave. Lich. Oh my god, wait for one. I'm 1 and 2. Oh, Ash fucks me.
Nice.
Love that. Love that for us.
The Wraith died already. Oh my. Bucket, like, I don't know.
Wait one top, wait one. Back off.
Love that for us. Loba's dad on Instagram. Holy shit. What? Just one guy. Dude.
Oh, that was easy.
Get controller, man.
Get controller, lol. Look at me, I controllered you. You wanna find out my Xbox gamer tag? Oh man. I'll look control first.
Same.
You can load your own. It's not allowed.
What do you mean by that?
You're supposed to hate your own. Just how I hate mouse and keyboard players. They're all cringe. They don't know the true power of aim assist.
It's not that, bro. I mean, come on, man.
True power of aim assist. I've used a controller. I mean, I could probably use a controller in this fucking lobby. It's like we're not really fighting any pros.
That's true, probably.
I got Diamond 2 on controller. So
Diamond 2.
yeah.
Oh, damn.
I'm gonna do a master challenge with Sweet again. But if we did it in this fucking split, it wouldn't even fucking matter. It's like playing pubs.
Sure.
Probably gonna wait for the like rank change if they're good. I'm gonna change my name. RPR, you got control. I think people are really gonna like that one.
Oh, fog.
I have Valcold soon. King of Gardens if you want. Maybe Gardens to somebody.
Imagine if I changed my name to You Got Mouse and Keyboard. Holy shit, man.
IPR, where are people dying?
Here, man. There 2 minutes ago.
Man's peeing on us.
Here 60 seconds ago. 20 seconds ago. 90 seconds ago.
Ah, he's somebody. Holy shit. Oh my, I thought it was closer. Oh my god.
He's running back.
8% run.
No.
8% of player base is master.
70 on the Valk. Wait, crack, 40 flash. 50 flash.
Just had a nightmare. This guy crack almost as well.
I've had it, but...
I can push us out, ult us all the way on the big roof.
Yes, oh my, who are you? Oh my god.
I'm going about it.
Get the other side though.
I'm not kidding, you guys got that.
I'm coming.
Valk is fucking low, but I can't kill her. What is happening with my aim? Good. Why is the infantry thing good? Right here, both of them.
And that.
Right here,
my
Valk. Let's go, Valk. He probably popped only a bad.
I am not. Oh my god, happy.
He's one shot. Fucking die.
Where?
Oh, he dies on command. That's cool.
No.
Can I get res or you can just sit there?
I need a body, dude. I have nothing.
I have fucking res.
It's a fresh purple here if you need.
Pull here if you want.
Fresh purple on the guy up top.
Do I want it? I don't know. Kinda lazy.
I go for the package.
It means 8% are getting better at playing this game. No, motherfucker, that's not what it means. That's definitely not what it means.
No.
It means our rank system.
It
is
means
a
that
piece
8% of the 8% of the people in this game got a participation trophy.
Exactly. Like the game, if the top here people are ratting on us, like hello.
Whoa, what the fuck?
But I'm a raid solo.
I don't think he sold. I saw one.
No, I said solo. Dude, what is happening?
Can we fight?
Hakis, where are you?
I was going for the package. You guys are running the other way.
Oh shit! It's on. Popping a bat. I'm not going. Are they?
I don't know.
Hakis?
Yeah. Crack them.
Bro. Can you stop dying, bro? Like.
Bruh, like I'm going in for you, doing all the damage, and then you just leave me like that.
Nice.
Like, you gotta do better than that.
That's man.
Protect the fucking president. Holy shit. Oh shit.
This time I'm getting the package.
What the fuck is that?
Come, bro.
I was only Phoenix hits on this.
Don't want to
Someone died in Rift.
No. Right here. Someone just died right here. Second you.
Oh. Sir shots.
They're still fighting over it. How did you not reach the roof?
Try, man. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, they know we're here.
On the left, running. He behind the 30.
Wait, but the guy's inside me. Wait, that sounds so weird.
There's guys beside you, bro.
Oh, blood on
Lob out here.
Two teams. One full team on your car. One full team on your RPR.
Cracked on this fucking ramp. You should know.
Wait, what?
Full team on me, full team on RPR.
Wait, for real? I'm not getting shot from behind.
Kraber. Is that a Kraber?
Are you sure? Never mind,
Yep.
never mind.
I think he's sure, man.
She just jumped off the map, I think. Yeah, she did. I got on the corner!
Life on 100.
I'm safe, unlucky.
No, no,
Yeah,
you're
we're
not.
good on me. We're good. Like, I got this guy's fucking blocked
Wait,
up.
I'm gonna come to you, okay? I'm coming.
Might be one guy close here, I'm not sure, but I should be safe.
Did the Kraber guy drop off the map?
No, the lower fell off the map.
Someone had a Kraber though. Did you hear that?
Yeah, definitely on me.
Oh yeah, okay. Third party, and they're fucking weird, by the way. Probably reservoir already. No, I can't get over this little ledge. What the fuck?
What is? Oh yeah, I got you.
What is that?
Yes, bro.
Fucking shit game is that?
Who are you?
That guy's cheating. That guy's cheating. I don't care what anyone says. That guy, that Pavan is cheating. I'm dead.
Dude,
There's no shot. Bro.
where'd
Perfect
it came
angle.
from, dude? Like, hello?
Perfect angle is no audio, nothing. This guy knows perfectly.
And they give up on the other fight, like what? They just ignore the other fight. That's all.
Dude, look at this guy. He looks like a complete bot when I'm spectating him. But he just one clips all of us. This guy's an absolute fucking bot. How did this guy even kill me? Like, this guy shouldn't even be able to kill me when he's looking at me in my back. That's how fucking trash he is. How is that pred, bro? How is that the level of pred? Is the Samsung LC32G75 TQ-SNX-ZA monitor recommendable? Can you not? Can you fucking not? Please. Can you not? What are we, a fucking tech store? How the fuck are we supposed to know what the fuck you're talking about? What's up, Kaza?
We get half the server drop.
Oh my god, we got some motherfuckers. I found.
I have
Super
2 Peters.
Oh. Ah. Oh. Show me the enemy. Show
Please
me.
give me another gun.
The money.
Show me the money. In here. 40 on that guy.
He's dropped. He's moving so bad that he's good.
Oh my god.
Knocked that guy. Got 2 on me. This guy's is me lagging? Who's lagging? Am I lagging?
No,
What is
they're
that?
lagging, they're lagging.
And then just a random.
Lagging so hard.
I just
It's
jumped
new
and
team
then
as well, but new team as well.
Yeah,
What
service
is this?
lagging.
Oh my, where's this nade? What are these nades? Oh my, where's this rise coming from?
What was that nade?
Dude, the server just started slow-mo lagging and I jumped.
Yeah,
into
look,
nades.
I'm fighting 2 people in front of me and I just started fucking teleporting. What's life?
The wrestling inside on me.
That's so bullshit.
What is that?
Oh my god. I'm so ass.
Like I get in front of 2 people and I start teleporting. Like I give up. Yeah.
I'm dropping with the entire server.
Yeah, buddy.
Are we actually alone here? There's no way. We're 14
Oh,
shots.
dude. Wow, like, I
Just
don't like that.
redeploy dogs. Redeploy dogs immediately.
I disconnected that thing.
Oh, we just got ley line in
We got late
it.
drop down.
Hakis.
Yeah, we got late drop down.
There's no shot, dude.
Is it you shooting?
Again,
This guy's ratting my
God,
ass.
Marvin and Zeus.
I think I'm getting ratted in my building.
One guy was in my building too. They're fighting, there's 2 teams.
Oh no, he left, I think.
I think they're wiped. Wrestling. Great dad.
Fucking 15 flush. On my door.
Guys.
Good.
Nice.
What's happening with Unlucky?
I disconnected.
Why?
bro? I don't know.
Reconnect, motherfucker. What are you waiting for?
I'm going right now.
There's a brave box here with Wingman Master if you can get that. I don't think.
I want
God
the
damn.
wingman. I want the wingman. No way, you disconnect for half an hour and you're taking my wingman. I'll fight you.
No, you're wingman, man. Come on.
It's my fucking wingman because I was redder than a purple mag on my repeater.
Pushing docks. You guys can read up a docks.
I hope he dies
damn.
next fight so I can loot his wingman.
Oh, have it.
Going at it.
I have only 2 cells though.
What's up, guys?
Up an armor here. Doing an
Chilling.
armor.
Where are they? I'll
They're
take
fighting
my here.
dogs.
Motherfucker, why'd you drop the balloon mid-air? Like that shit could have flown everywhere.
Or low ground.
Thank God I have eagle eyes.
I'm about to get beat.
Hit that.
Oh shit. Wait.
Oh,
What?
that.
Damn, that was fucking exciting. Whoa.
I should love rank.
Exciting. Really just like living my best life out here.
You wanna have
Damn.
a wingman still?
Well,
I can give it to you. That's after one.
I have a wingman.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just asking.
Damn, I really wondered it. It was really fucking hard for all these spreads and masters to grind that much RP in this lobby. Just like, damn. Must have been exhausting. 60 seconds. I feel like I could be fucking half asleep and gain RP.
Yeah, I'm 7 goes left, man. That's a vibe. Bro. Oh, man.
One's on my building next to me. On the roof, I believe.
Ah!
Hey, you on the guy. 2 on the right, 2 on the right. He's by himself. Hit that guy. Patting on it.
What just fucking happened to me?
Where's
Why
Pat?
am I
didn't
dead?
see him.
Pat just dropped down. He dropped down.
Oh. Ah, I
zipping
missed it, man.
Right here. Two of them.
I can't both of them. Got both of them.
Rafe 1, Rafe, Felicia 1.
They're both low. They're both low.
Someone res.
Jump down. Here, jump down. All that.
Resurrect me! Me!
This guy didn't have self res.
It's this one of these guys, man. What are you doing? How'd you whiff a punch?
These MK looters, man.
I'm so confused by his hip line. What's that? Like, wait.
More! Below!
Where?
I
What?
swear to God, they're below.
Guys from jumping again. I'm gonna check.
Yeah, they're on the don't! It's like 3 motherfuckers down there.
Oh, on the balcony.
Somebody has some battery. Hakis beds.
On the 6.
One's on balcony.
I have 0, man.
They're jumping into my arcs. Crack 1. Crack 2.
Nice.
Last guy there.
Oh.
Yeah.
About to push this box off the map. No, I can't. Oh, I'm died.
Oh. Hey.
Yeah, fucking boat. I just realized. Never mind. My brain all over the place right now. Literally all over the place. Let me get in the joint.
Where are they dying up here? Where are they dying?
So I was on my phone. No, where did? Here, terminal.
Oh. What?
You fucking asked and I told you. There's 5 squads, no one's gonna be dying anyway.
Fuck that. We're doing that kind of terminal as well, or what?
Yeah, terminal. Oh, they're resing right here. Hammond.
Perfect.
Sheesh. Let's go.
Well, hello there.
Well, hello, motherfucker.
Damn, I hit nothing.
Why rocketing me, man?
Right? Oh, here. Man,
There's
put
gonna be
us
more
this
from
fucking.
There should be more from terminal. Because they died here 60 seconds ago, way before this guy could have rezzed, I believe. There was, yeah. Has to be people coming from terminal.
Hakis leaving us.
Coming back once I get this package. I guess we're looking like you're figuring out something out.
Yeah, look at him flying above us, southwest. 3 dudes. Fly after them. Let's go. Hakis yellow car.
I mean,
Oh my god. Why are they so high, dude?
Start running.
I feel like I'm gonna hit this.
Oh my god! No fucking shot, I'm going back. Oh, these are arcs, that was an accident. That was a fucking complete accident from this guy.
one on the bridge, one on the bridge.
Where on the bridge?
45, 45.
Oh yeah, he is. 45,
Wait,
90,
bro?
90 on the bridge.
Yeah, on
Fucking
bridge, on bridge.
nading him.
Can you free him? Come on. I'm going away from here, man. I'm so mad.
He's right here. What is
finishing
that?
now.
There's
Remind
no
him
way
of
that's
finishing.
real. Holy shit, look at him. He's just pushing alone. I can sell
can.
this.
1 sec.
I got gold back selfers.
Oh, no. That's
Nice. Gold back selfers. He has time to finish me in a 2v2.
I got that. I got that. Place down.
I can't push me. Oh my god. I almost cracked him down.
way you have time for that, bro.
I can stand over to your bath, okay?
Okay,
You
I'm
gotta
ready.
stand down. Attack time. Stay first, stay first.
You accidentally killed him, you fucking dumbass. You were not aiming for his ass, bro.
What do you mean by that?
You were aiming at the other guy. The guy walked into your bullet.
No.
Man,
That's not true.
That's some
That's not true.
bullshit. That is some bullshit, man. Motherfuckers aiming at the red. The guy walks in. I gotta stop trolling, bro. I haven't taken a single game seriously since we started playing. What do you want from me?
The carry up there.
Are you fucking with me? Like, what are you doing? Where'd my gun go? How'd I lose a whole fucking gun? How'd I go from wingman
Yeah.
to 301? There you go. Where's my
How
mag?
about
Like, what is happening? Did you take my mag?
Right.
Is that what you did?
No, I didn't.
Fucking
Sweat.
Where are you from, Unlucky?
Austria.
Austria.
Next
Austria.
to Germany, yeah.
I know where Austria is, motherfucker. Like, what do you think I am, dude?
I'm just telling you, I don't know, maybe you don't know.
I don't know, man. Maybe I've been to fucking Vienna like a million times. I live in
really?
Croatia. We fucking practically live next, like we share a border. We live next to each other.
My bad. My fault.
I'm literally gonna be in Vienna 21st because I have a layover flight from Vienna to fucking Stockholm
Damn.
to wait for an hour and a half. Some shit.
I'm gonna wait for you there.
My ass, dude. We'll
I'll
have
pick you
45
up, bro.
minutes layover, dude. Where do you think I'm going? I'm staying at fucking airport. Waiting for my flight.
I'm the pilot, man. What do you mean?
You're the captain? You're fucked, man. I'm not reaching fucking Stockholm, dude.
It's mean.
It's true.
Sad.
Are you an educated pilot or what?
I'm learning, yeah.
You're learning my ass. You're playing Valkyrie in Apex. What are you learning?
Oh, shit. You got revealed.
You know, flying it as Valkyrie in Apex is not equal to being a, you know, an educated pilot IRL.
I don't know what you mean. It's easy. It's easy.
Oh, dude, she's just fucking crazy spike lag. Holy shit.
Wait, someone's in the ring, no?
Someone in, yeah.
Why?
Bro.
Why are you in here, you fucking diamond players?
Valkyrie's outside still. Right side. She doesn't know, bro. She's doing her own stuff, dude. Her own business.
Everyone knows. I can't hit her.
She's almost cracked. Pathfinder going out because of dark water. Almost cracked. I don't know what the Valkyrie is. She's still here on me, by the way, I think.
Yeah, she's in the corner. She got the back.
Hakis up.
I can ult on her.
Oh, wait. No, she's not here anymore.
She's right here.
Like 150.
No, 41 flash. Pathfinder coming through. Pathfinder bash crack. Rave TP. On you.
Probably smoking.
Somebody on me. I don't know. She's running.
You have Valkyrie? Probably
Yeah,
going to the ring.
she just flew up, I think. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Inside, I think. Oh, I mean,
I'm saying hi, you can chase.
no, I'm popping a bed. I'm weak, man. You can chase.
Into up your hand.
Damn, that was a close 1-1.
One more. No,
My face.
Gotta pop this Phoenix. Someone needs to shoot.
Did he?
50
fine.
on.
I stunned him. What the fuck?
What dick is being smoked here?
Oh, not a problem.
Oh, a Gibby's coming from somewhere.
Why are you guys so split?
Wait. What is this all, dude?
Why are they so split?
What is happening? Oh, he's got
Wait.
Kraber.
Motherfucker, I think he missed you and hit me.
No, he hit me as well.
Did he call at us? Oh, okay.
No, he hit me first time and then I armor swapped
Yeah, I
him.
think
don't know.
he aimed for you the second time he hit me. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, unlucky is not a good name for a pilot. That's
Yeah,
not a good thing for
definitely
pilot.
not. Definitely
Way.
not. Are you actually studying to go to aviation school or what? No. No? Because I have a
You like
friend.
fucking
No.
work. You were working. Fuck you.
I am.
Yeah.
I have a friend who was in aviation school.
No, I wanted to do that when I was younger.
I mean, I'm basically I'm still young, but I mean, when I was younger, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
5.
I would never fucking get in a plane and drive that shit. I would not trust myself with that many fucking lives, dude. I'd make one mistake. Dude, I can imagine how stressful it is to be a pilot.
And I think people will like get pilots. They just love the sky and shit. They just love it. And then they're not even stressed out because they just love it after. You know?
But it sure is stressful for some people, I swear. It has to be.
Yeah, for sure.
Just the stress I get from competing, bro, would fucking kill me, dude. Imagine I have to fucking fly a plane.
Mm-hmm. True.
And no matter how much you love competing, you will get stressed out by competing.
Mm.
Dude, what is this fucking song? Yeah, Essence Drag, thank you $5. Appreciate you, man. Sorry, I don't really have my donations set up because I plan on turning them off. But I appreciate you. Thank you for $5.
Insta drop, insta drop, insta drop, insta drop.
Fuck you, bitch. I'm going down there. Fucking sliding DMs. Hakis, you muted. Don't talk to me.
I stole his ammo. Can't shoot.
Just
Got purple armor, no?
Coming to you, Hakis.
Motherfucker, does he
Hello.
not realize if he doesn't have ammo, he can't fucking do anything?
Drop me heavy mags here if you need.
I'm
I
a
need
carry.
lied.
On me, on my side.
No shot.
Man, what the fuck are we playing ring around the
On the
rosy?
Hakis guy. Jumped out the window. He's dead.
Wait, you kill him?
Above me on the... Okay. I just heard him. He's hiding over there.
I'll be terrified.
Anyone this?
Good.
No.
Dude, I just heard him here. I don't know where though. Where'd he go?
Hey, was that a bolt? Full bolt.
Yes.
Where'd this man go, dude?
I don't know.
Oh,
Oh.
Hey, Nady, on me, on me, on me, on me. What's going on?
I just saw
Where?
him.
It sounded like he was way closer.
Huh?
Is he making noise with nades or what?
I don't know.
He's debating.
Debating.
I think he's baiting us and going
On
for
me.
like the banners.
Bro.
now.
On me, on me, on me.
Nice.
1 HP, 1 HP
Yeah,
actual.
give him 30. I give him 30 flash. Wait, who are you,
Oh,
man?
they are fighting. They're shooting.
200 light.
Can you carry me the life here, please, a little bit?
What am I, your fucking backpack? Hello?
Yeah, no, okay, I'm coming back. I have no cells anyway. I have 2
I'm
cells
fucking
only,
carrying
no shield.
this shit for you. Shut up.
No, I don't. No, I'm coming now. I'm not taking that.
I don't give a fuck. I took all of it. You have nothing to loot then.
You fucking bitch. Can you give me stealth updates out here? When you're already there?
I have 12.
Two.
Go in front of me. Here, come.
Never mind, I have 10. Oh my god! Jesus,
never mind.
I can't. I cannot cross.
I'm going about him. One is all the way here alone, Gibby. What is happening?
Give a
We're
drop.
so split.
Hakis on the right.
Gibby's white armor, 1 HP, Gibby here.
Netting up, netting up.
Where are his teammates, dude? Ah, I
This
didn't.
blood on split on me, 90 on him. There's 2 on you guys only. No way these guys are real people, dude. This guy was here.
Oh, not go out. Okay, dude. I
He's
have
going
to do
around.
this.
No way they're real people.
I
Dude.
have to do this one.
These guys are not real people. I refuse.
Wait.
Huh? What the fuck is happening?
Wait.
I was wrestling
Buckle.
somebody. Oh yeah, buckle me.
You guys go.
Okay, whatever.
Since when is the respawn? I didn't even know. Oh, sport guy landed here.
It's only 1 respawn.
Yeah, he did.
This guy's going for banners now. I'm
Wait,
gonna
who's the
get him.
Mirage, dude?
I was about to say, is that a real one?
Real?
No, it was
No way you're
Wait.
a real person, you triple take handy. This guy is not even peeking and he's hitting me for 100 behind a wall, bro. What am I fighting against? Hello? What ping are you on? He's not even on my fucking screen. That is the
anything good out
cringiest
there?
shit I've seen in my fucking life, dude. What?
No, any good. Not even 2x I could yoink Sag.
How am I supposed to fight him if I can't fucking see him? Stop yelling, I'll fuck your mom next. Shut the fuck up, don't tell me what to do. Bitch ass motherfucker. Fucking bitch mate, shut the fuck up.
Ah, it's so sweet.
I would love when viewers tell you what to do on your own stream.
Stop yelling. How about you shut the fuck up and zip it the fuck up?
Yeah, fucking leaving. It's not like people can use, you know, go to another stream if you don't like one.
Or you know, lower the volume, or you know, get a fucking brain cell or something, I don't know. There's many options for them out there, but they refuse to be fucking annoying. Like, why do you choose to be a pest? Why do you choose to be a thorn in someone's side in your life? Like, get a fucking life, holy shit, man. Just get one, dude.
Wrestling. Oh. Yeah. Please stop me, kill our
They have a car, they're gonna dip, man.
No, no, no,
I can
no,
stick
no.
it, I can stick it. I
Wait,
left
you
him.
stick it. Wait, oh my, what?
In the bushes. Poor fucking guy, dude.
Man, dude, leave them, dude. I'm not chasing that car in the store.
Man, just left his teammate. Rip.
That bin is crazy. There's 2 light stacks, dude. That's sick. Here on the roof. Rampart. 41 blue on Rampart. 90 blue on Rampart. 41 flush. Rampart 80 flush. Rampart, please kill that bitch.
Ash one shot. Hakis, it's here.
Oh,
Where'd he go? What the fuck is that
No
TP?
shot.
What is that TP?
They're inside, I think.
My fucking bent his TP around the corner. What is that? I can't do that shit. One HP on the fucking Pathfinder.
Got that.
What is that guy doing?
Go get out!
Wait, what was he doing?
He was trying to get out, but I was blocking the door.
God, dude.
This shit was gold, bro.
New team. Outside.
Where?
On the door.
I'm watching the.
Give me 50 blue.
Nah, I'm in the fucking same predicament.
50.
I got a bat.
Oh, they fucking flush.
Where's your third? Where's your third? Where's your third? They're not answering me, dude.
Not answering. Ban him.
Shy.
I'm just interrogating them.
I can Michael if you want, guys. Michael.
Oh, why not? Okay, dude.
You need to climb here, bro.
Dude, shut up. What do you think I'm? Who do you
He's
think I
running
am?
on me. One shot. Fucking die.
There's diamonds in this game still? Holy shit, that's a rarity these days.
The
Car. That's the guy racing again. Let him rest, let him rest. Zip.
Wait, zipline, yeah. Damn, I hit nothing.
Item 45 blue.
In the car. White armor. Taking the port.
This guy fell.
They're in the corner.
Oh god.
What is happening?
Wait, where's the rim
Oh,
rush?
he's hiding in the corner.
Dead. That guy died 4 times this game alone.
They're being shot at.
On me.
Shut up, son.
Killed the Mirage.
Oh, I'm gonna light his own, did you realize?
Cool. Drop letter, by the way.
Wait, are you really dying?
I'm fine. Thank god I have a heat
Yeah,
shield.
a feature of course, yeah.
Yeah, I got a heat shield, I'm fine.
I got 9 bats.
You need bats?
I got 9. Hello?
Oh, my bad. Sorry! Your accent, dude!
Yeah, it's my accent, yeah. 9! Yeah, dude, sorry. Yeah, really hit that accent on 9, bro. Yeah. I got 9 bats, yeah. Really just hit the accent on that, dude.
I couldn't understand!
Fucking shut the fuck up.
No, you shut up.
No.
What'd you say, bitch? My guy, you fucking xenophobic against accent?
Huh?
I don't. How can you even have an accent on saying I got 9? Where is?
I don't know.
Where is an accent in those 3 fucking words?
I don't know. I just maybe you just didn't speak properly.
Probably, huh?
I don't. It's not my main language, okay? English. That's my fault.
This guy is talking about my accent. He can't say it properly.
My bad. Okay, my English is not that good. It's not allowed to pull in English.
I got the big guns. Let's move. Time to get involved.
Small man.
You know English is not my main language either, right? Like you understand
Yeah,
that?
but you're living already longer than me, you know.
You're living longer than me.
Bro, you're more you're longer alive than me,
The
okay?
control players are something else, man. I swear to fucking God.
It's not my fault. It's okay. Why you close the door?
Instead of saying you're older than me, he says you're living longer than me.
Oh my god.
Can you stop closing the door while I'm letting it rip or what?
Where is Hakis though?
You're more alive than I am alive, dude.
I am coming.
But you knew what I meant, so shut up.
On
Guys,
me, behind you guys.
Huh? Oh my god. How many?
I just fried all of them. I cracked all of them almost.
Where are they?
On the door, on the door.
These bitches are running.
This door, I thought your door.
Running. Running out there.
Wait. No, the ass crack. Oh my god, this guy's so hot.
I'm shitting on his entire team, dude.
I guess I can't come yet, by the way, just saying.
Okay, yeah, I kind of. Oh, okay, comes out.
Oh my god, Pepper's one.
I thought you guys were helping me.
Yo, RPR, can you help me, please? I'm getting your.
I'm lucky.
Yo, bro!
I knocked one of them. What else can I do? I knocked one of them. What else do you want from me?
SCP or something. Above. I'm so dead, bro.
I hope he takes it.
Go.
Just get on this corner, I got you.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Okay, you wanna take it
Oh,
now? I
they're
feel like.
They're pushing.
Take it.
Got one of
Nice,
them. I got a
res
bat. Nope.
You don't. Zone coming. Fuck bad, bro.
I don't give a fuck what's coming, man.
Yeah, press now.
I got motherfuckers coming. You understand that? You have a heat shield?
No, that's why.
I don't have one either.
Yeah, nice, man. That's why it's not res. I pop back at it.
This guy has one.
Yo, each of it.
I didn't throw mine. Dude, unlucky. Why would I raise you if you don't have a heat shield? What do you want from me? I'm getting pushed by 3 people without a heat shield. Let me kill someone. Holy shit, man. You're dead anyway.
I'm disappointed. I got ditched. I'm sad.
You ditched us, man. We were together.
No, unlucky came to me and he ran back to you and you didn't even turn around, you bitch.
Yeah, because
I know. I was popping a phoenix. I was one shot. I got fried. I couldn't come with you.
Listen, man. I was fucking that one team, dude. What do you want from me? I had a Spitfire. I don't know. Maybe don't fucking go do hero plays, Hakis.
Well, I said they're behind us. Let's push these guys, and then I got nobody helping me.
Yeah,
I did. I cracked them. I cracked 2, but I was one shot. I couldn't come with you.
Man, Unlucky, stop lying it.
I was lying. I was doing one shot. I'm not kidding. Just getting bullied, man.
Oh my god. You guys are throwing my elo, dude. How am I gonna get pred like this?
Shut up.
How am I gonna get Predator, dude? I want to be Predator. Oh shit, man. It's fucking hot.
I go here?
Go, dude. Ask questions later.
My fault.
Yeah, 2 teams.
Chat, we're 10 subs of 1k. Someone please fix my OCD. God, that's some bullshit fucking team advantage.
It's a better flyer.
We can push him.
What the fuck is happening?
One right above me.
The guy left is crack. There's one guy here somewhere. They have good.
Yeah, right above me.
Why is he shooting me, bro?
There's a corner.
Bro, can you die? God, he was juiced. What the fuck? Below me.
Ash under me. Crack one. I'm fucking dead. I'm not. Keep dead. Oh my god.
Dude, this guy is
Crack
fucking
the Ash.
hella cracked. but
Ash
he
weak.
is-
Oh.
It's 80 with an Eva, dude.
Really
Who
weak,
does
really weak,
that?
really weak.
He's doing a finisher. Please, God.
Southwest.
Jesus Christ.
This
guy. This guy,
There's a
bro.
fresh white there if you need, but
How did you hit 54 with an Eva? That never happens. I'm plugging my controller. I'm done with these bitches. I'm hitting 45
amazing.
with Evas as well.
I got RPR. The solo bang or what?
On you. I go res.
Not a solo bang.
I need a fucking res.
I think that's a new team though.
Yeah, it's a full new team. Full new
It
team.
is. Don't worry. Give me any spray weapon. I'm down.
I gave 70 on Ash. I have no heal anymore. I'm almost.
Copy syringes with me.
Anyway. What's the new team?
Syringes on the ground if you need, but
They're pushing. Yeah, I'm coming.
dropping heavy.
Why, bro?
Right above me.
I'm trying to look for a gun. You guys are alone.
They're fighting, they're fighting.
Wraith, Wraith 100, 130, 130 Wraith.
They're all low, they're all low. There's another team behind them though.
Oh my.
Careful, new
What
team
that?
above you. New team above you, they're bubbling
Yeah,
up.
I
Bubble
got
up.
fucking tattered, dude.
He's
Wait.
hitting inside. What the fuck?
Saw me, it's saw.
120 on the blood on that side.
Give me
I
one.
tethered him, Lucky.
Nice. I have purple knocked and shield.
He swapped purple armor.
Forward.
This gun sucks. No, dude.
Behind. Blood from behind, pushing out.
You got this. He's lost. He's lost in the sauce.
He's
I
lost
told
in
you
the
you got
sauce.
it. If I didn't tell you you have it, you wouldn't have had it. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
By the way,
And use 120 bump in the head.
3
The
times on
fucking
controller is ass, right?
No, 3 times goaded.
2 times better on control?
Proper good. I think it's personal priority. Fuck
Preference.
man, I just
Preference.
shut the fuck up, bro. I just
Preference. Say it with me. Preference.
I didn't have preference.
There.
Preference.
Now you know it.
Preferenze.
Now you fucking know it.
Thank you, man.
No problem. That's gonna be $100.
Fucking shit. Any heavy bags anywhere?
Look at
There
that.
we go, purple. Oh.
Any
Some
wingmans
billion
would be
purple
fucking amazing. Absolutely
Come on,
amazing.
What you
Is there
need?
any
Billion
wingmans?
purple armors.
I don't care. I work for my shit, man.
Okay.
Actually, there is a billion purple armors. I'm take one here, just so you don't mold. Losing with roller chat. I had a 3 times 301 close range. Relax yourself. Also, my roller sense is higher than my mouse and keyboard sense. So I was just thrown off with the speed of move. I'm locked in now.
Wait.
Where the fuck are we going?
I don't know, man. I'm just flying somewhere. Into the
People
zone.
died here like, I don't know, like 2 minutes ago.
Go for a package here, I guess.
Nice, man. 2 minutes ago.
So I mean, they should be coming our direction.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's a good soldier. Nice days.
Really need a wingman here. It's a necessity. For a wingman player like me. Controller wingman player. Of course.
Or
For a powerhouse like me.
Sorry.
What are you?
People here, build behind us. They took our pad. Fuck, this is gonna suck.
Pathfinder crack.
Yeah, funny flash.
They're down below on the left.
Bangalore 11.
Just wait until I get in the range, bro.
I'm a door.
Crack Bangalore.
Yeah, 9 flash, she's dead. Half
They're
crack.
blue on the Valkyrie.
Shut the fuck up.
Right, not that.
Sorry, no. Yo, man.
Hmm?
Why are you stealing? Any wingmans on these guys?
Did it.
Above us, above us, above us, above us.
Okay, that's
Make
my
it
wingman.
one. Nice. That was really fucking.
Fucking DT, bro. Half is far back.
No, 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 oh my god, these digits, man. They're both weak, by the way.
I have no
Path
digits.
them pop the bed. Bangalore is one shot on me, right,
Yeah, but I have no digits. So how much to fight?
Yo. Only going from the fucking doors, dude.
No way, he fucking swapped, man.
Dude, digits, like, bro, like.
Do they have digits? You guys even 3-1.
Yeah, I think yeah, on the card, yeah.
He was
Card
1
has
HP, bro. Are you kidding me? I was fucking frying.
This fucking card, dude.
I was frying, dude. +3 though. What? In pancakes. 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 I need water.
Ooh, insta drop oasis, maybe? Yeah.
I was eating food, man. I was eating food. Oh, you got a Watson player now?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was fucking getting water.
Holy shit, bro, there's so many people.
How did they order?
No, me!
What's one?
Oh, I'm falling. No, I trolled. There's no way we fall.
Have me crack? Oh my god.
I have 8 bullets, bro.
Oh, bro, what the fuck? I just got melee, dude.
I'm out of ammo, I'm dead.
Bro, I'm getting killed by Kuya, man. Fuck is that?
Cool.
I killed
Yeah.
Lippen, but I got that. Dude, there's no way we fall low ground. Like, come on, man. I was doing the finisher on the top because I wanted to get his gun. And then we fall from the balcony while doing the finisher.
Damn.
I was frying.
Really?
No, Danny. Yeah, I dropped down, took an ulster, knocked one, went all the way up, fought a fucking Valkyrie, ran out of bullets, died. Pog. I only had like 40 bullets in my ulster, and only an ulcer. Not cool.
You did good. Proud of you.
What?
You did good. Proud of you.
Yeah, of course I did good, man. Who do you think I am? Pro player for a reason.
Okay, my fault, sorry.
Damn, Yuki lost his Instagram account?
He did?
Yeah, his Instagram account was deactivated for some reason. Seeing Hakis at 33k RP and not bread just makes me giggle.
So weird, man.
This split is
And I'm
just,
not even close.
yeah, she's not like you're like a whole 10k off. It's cringe.
7.4.
Are you trying to get it or not?
There's no shots to this left, man.
We were like 5 teams. Go here together. Go here together.
I'm bottom.
There's a guy on the bottom and now no gun. No gun now.
Last tip on me. Last tip.
Good.
Crack the bottom.
Do you need that fucking light, Mac? You drop it fucking down. I need that wingman.
Another guy here on me.
I need that. Wait.
Caustic is
It's
back.
not good. Getting me from both
He's
sides.
fucking teleporting. There's a Caustic that's teleporting on me.
I killed the Ashen side. I can't come in. I'm coming.
He's teleporting! Stop! Fix your fucking internet.
Kill them.
Yeah, Caustic
More people
dead.
coming
Holy
from
shit.
bottom floor. Other side. On me.
That's
I
on
just
me.
got beamed
Holy
so
shit.
hard around the corner. Did you see that shit?
Thumbs up, bro.
That guy is on the bottom floor. Gibby. Gibby and Val, bottom floor. Val coming in, coming in, coming in.
He's one.
The Val shoots around corners.
No! Fuck's sake, man. Both of them almost trying. Yeah, fucking dumb, bro.
That guy's playing on McDonald's fucking Wi-Fi, dude. He beat my ass from the fucking corner, dude. With an RE, dude.
86, dude. Man, it's Billy, bro. That's
Fucking
right.
Billy.
Come my ass with the McDonald's Wi-Fi, bro. What is that shit?
That Caustic actually were on the McDonald's Wi-Fi. He was teleporting in front of me. It was like doing shadow step.
My hook came out animated. Mirage walking around. We're back. Oh my god. Bitches ain't nothing but hoes and chicks. Grape, strawberry, raspberry, lemon. Raspberry lemon. Fuck it, there's so many raspberry lemon, I'll just use that. Ice on my neck like I'm chosen. Oh sheesh! Ooh, it's sour. Zap, thank you 9 months. I fucking missed it. My bad. Ooh! It's sour! God damn, it's sour! Oh shit, man.
Oh my god. Two teams by the way.
Yeah.
Jesus, master, mother, bara, oh my.
He's low. Thank you.
Inside, coming up. 90, headshot, dead. I'm fucking Robin Hood.
One on me. He's low.
He's one,
Okay.
dude.
He's shit on you.
Get fucking ass.
Rape is
Rave's
one.
one, Rave's one.
You can open someone else.
Guys are dead.
I think this is a solo left. The Pathfinder. You can res, I can hold the shield. Or we can hold shield.
Nade.
That's a good nade.
Oh my god.
Rolled.
Holy
Rolled.
shit.
Rolled and smoked. I don't get to use my fucking PK, bro. What's up with the mid challenge? West Coast motherfucker. Ooh. That's real sour, chat. I got some real sour candy in my mouth. Got him. 35 seconds, let's go. 38, whatever.
I
Just
mean,
rest.
I mean, I've alternator and bow, but okay.
There was a car up there.
Where?
On the top.
I'm gonna get that real quick.
What's up with the mid challenge? West Coast motherfucker.
Wait, someone just landed on me?
It's sour candy director.
Talk was the zone.
Consequence.
It sounded like somebody landed on me, but...
Man,
Nah, I'm kidding.
Man.
It sounded like that. That's fine, at least we're together now.
they're fighting here. Are you bowing them? I mean, how did this just happen? Why are my jets active? Two guys on the left here. Tethered one them. Bottom floor, 45 blue. He saw purple.
So purple.
44. 200, 300.
He's one. Bangalore, 43.
So many, bro.
Okay, sorry, man.
Knocked one. Knocked two. Last guy here. You're muted, Hakis. Fog, crazy.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm the... Hakis back here.
There's someone above as well. One.
I mean,
please. There's a guy up top. Valkyrie. Go down.
Ah!
You're still muted, bitch.
I'm not muted, you're muted. I was confused because there was 2 teams. I was holding the other team on the top.
Right.
He's back up in by himself.
Shit. I have a bow. I'm gonna bow him.
Okay, then he's gone.
Oh! This one was close. Almost hit that.
He's resting over here.
Okay. Come in. I got only 1, 2.
I got 3. I can drop you on gold armor.
Plus, remember.
Fuck it, I'll drive up. I'll drive up.
Car.
Oh, hello.
76 headshot on a balcony. I
I know
think.
you.
Oh my god.
That was nice knowing you guys. He's 1! No way! Oh, Horizon's 1 HP. Horizon's 1 HP. Batting right here. Batting right here. Shoot it. 1 HP on me. Up here. Shoot this guy!
Bro,
Fucking hell.
wait up. I can't see anything. Relax.
He literally won.
2 teams. Literal 2 fucking teams, man.
Dude, Hakis, I thought you kept driving, dude. I was like inside. I was like I was just chilling there, dude.
Nah, I jumped out immediately.
Oh, man. For fuck's sake, man.
How the fuck did they have purples after you spawning there, though? That is it.
They were not the ones that spawned. Majority team was spawned.
Ah, it's time.
I walk up like this, yeah.
Insecure? Oh no, I feel like I'm not in. Am I dying?
Shut
You
the
are.
fuck up.
Sarai just resubscribed for 3 months. Poggers.
Yo, Sarah, 3 months, welcome back, thank you. Puggies, wuggies. Puggies, wuggies. Puggies, wuggies, wuggies. Puggies, puggies, puggies. I walk up like this, yeah.
Is that team with us?
We're like 5 million.
So. On the other
Somebody
side,
middle.
fighting.
Middle, somebody.
Push your middle.
Ash, 1 shot.
Lock is steady. Ash dead.
Like 1.
Oh, yeah, fucking hard.
2 day, bro.
Oh my god, this guy's low out.
I need light equipment. Please.
Got none.
Touch.
Nah, I only have 20 bullets. If you have heavy, I can swap.
No.
Should be more, right?
Ooh. Popping pop below me.
Ooh.
On me. Red white armor. This hipfire sucks ass, man.
Oh, base.
One Toma. I walk up like this.
Where did I? Where did I not go?
Oh, here.
Middle. Oh god. One here. Damn, I hit nothing. I'm so bad.
Give you one shot.
Why am I getting Noreg zone? What is happening? Here.
I love Maggie. One.
That was running.
Somewhere 2x, 3x. Maybe.
I woke up like this. What the fuck was that guy doing with it?
Not even looted.
True. My game dark. It's on 30% brightness. Is this how you play? Holy shit, this is bad. Dude, that was bad. That was fucking bad.
Where are
Holy
the
shit.
dying RPR?
I don't fucking know, dude. How would I know?
Oh my god.
Mark 90. I'm dead.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I love Ashwoods.
40 white on one. 90 white, 90 white.
There's one guy oh no, above us. I gave you 60.
Running back.
No, who is that guy? Who is that guy?
Mark 1.
100, knock one.
Okay, shot by you. But I know.
Cracked break.
I'm trying to come.
Break 1.
Man.
Last guy's cracked.
You team into res. Wait, died.
Yeah, they thirsted his ass, man.
Oh my.
Go back, Bates. Bug me.
Yeah.
Got no medkits. What brightness do you guys play on?
50.
I'm playing on 30. Someone came in my stream and said, "Damn, your shit looks dark." And I put it on 100. Man, that shit was fucking blinded everyone. That shit was so fucking strong.
We flew here, by the way. Somewhere.
Yeah, it's a fuse or whatever up there. Fighting. We should escort Hakis to get his loot.
Yeah, I don't know. Wait,
Patting in my face.
on your left. Oh, he's one.
Got him, got him, got him, got him.
He's close. Walked in.
See him right now.
I'm getting shot by his fucking ass teammate. He's one. Please. Hakis. Jeez. Wait.
This team.
Is that another new team or what?
Didn't he die to another thing? Fuck that.
Fuck am I doing? What is wrong with me? There we go. God, I was smoking dick. They died here 20 seconds ago. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm getting in the car.
What do you mean G fuel? Exclamation mark G fuel. What? The chat's been on some fucking. Chat's been on some shit today, man.
Oh my god.
Oh, behind us as well, behind us as well, behind us as well. A little bit of pickle.
Cat here into that's it. Left side.
I'm on a quick one here.
Okay. Yo, good bro. Find out some people who are.
You have 3 purple hacks.
His name's aping.
Buddy.
Bro, I'm trying to come to you guys, bro. I feel like I'm gonna get beamed on the zipline now.
We'll be fine.
Back cutting.
No fucking way, bro. 38 purple on the give you. Cracked one, Valkyrie. Aim for the middle.
Oh my god, no shot, dude.
Aim for the duo.
Another one. Another back cutting.
Wait, where?
Solid.
There in the front. No.
Why is everyone padding away from us? Well, like Valkyrie doing away from us.
Your team? They're still here, by the way, just saying.
Good pad. Car.
Wraith crack,
port.
110.
Car pad.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you wait. Awkward.
Oh!
111 Ash. On the roof. On the stairs. 71 headshot on, I think, Bangalore. More unlucky.
Ash.
Oh my god. I'm so fast! What the fuck is going on?
Kinda just saying it up. I was like, kiki.
What the fuck is happening? Hey, we love DT.
Stole him.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe it's a sharp.
Sure.
On our path.
Got one, Bangalore. $90 purple on one. I'm pretty far away from this.
Wait, they're running?
Yep.
Crack all 3 of them.
The ulti could come through? Wow. That's bad, dude. Wait, I hear a zipline behind me, I think. Oh shit, behind me, full team!
I'm good, Hakis, I'm good.
He's got fucking down.
You guys good?
No.
Go back, go back.
Yeah, I'll res him right now, because there's a full team behind us. Yeah, we're getting pinched, just like. Yeah. I'm trying to come to you, but it's kind of from where I am.
Watch out, left. I got him.
I'm tethering. I'm gonna die here, maybe. Rate 90. 120 rate. 1 HP rate. She got
New team
third.
coming.
I got a bat.
It's another new team. I got that.
We're sandwiched, both sides. Push this up, push on me, come on me. Few my side,
I need
few my
medkit, I
side.
need medkit. Drop a med if you have one.
I can't come in.
Hit that guy.
Come with me.
Half an hour crack.
I got us the head glitch here. Come. Phoenix. This guy's shooting from Narnia, we're fine.
One shot back.
Half on the crack almost well. Rafe almost crack as well.
I'm gonna tether the path. Work it, I guess.
Burning them flash, burning flash. 51.
Side tunnel, left side. Popping it close, 90. 1 HP, 1 HP. How is he not dead?
Yeah.
Hakis in there.
No, I hit him 90. 90 on him.
Knocked him.
Nice. Can we get me again?
I don't know.
Yeah.
try.
Get it left up.
I did.
Thank you.
Half time, come back.
It's just a duo.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. Bad into states again.
People on the right side. Like where the drop is. Na, da, da, da. On my left, main building. Giving. Keep almost cracked.
Hey! Ash almost cracked. Valkyrie 1, Valkyrie Licher 1. Pop one ball into that.
Guys on the stairs here, Ash.
Not anymore.
Where are they?
Inside, actually.
I got a bat. They
You build
ulted.
it, you build it.
65 on something. No, I mean,
dead.
100 valve. Ash literally one shot. Ash literally one shot. Nice.
There guys all the way up top.
Batting. Hold shield.
Kill the stalkers.
We're good.
Yeah. She's getting shot by someone else.
Careful the window. Don't shoot us through the door, please.
You're fine. Purple on the solo out. You shan't fly, are you kidding me? They're gonna let him fly. Thank you, Hakis. He's got stalkers. This is a solo maybe.
Yeah. What did you say? Last game, Unlucky?
Yeah, he said last game. I am also down for last game.
Yeah, I'm also down for last game, I think.
Yeah. It's just.
Ding dong. Look, now we're actually getting ding dong animated emote. You know? We're getting nodders, noppers, ding dong, and the glow sticks. And they already finished, they're getting animated now, but they look cool as hell. Yeah, I did it because of the jambo. There will be a jumble emote as well by itself. That's a fucking window.
Knock one.
That's it. I'm me, I'm bobbling a little. Ass cracked.
Is it new team or?
This guy is so lagging. Yeah, what the fuck, dude. Here.
There wasn't close.
Stare at me, bro.
Is this server lagging or am I lagging?
Yeah, it's a little bit laggy. I have 17. It's a little bit laggy. Oh,
That's a lot of
audio.
Oh.
Is that audio?
Oh, it's not a last guy.
Try
Oh, he
pulling in.
rezzed him, I guess.
Alright, I have an armor swap.
What?
How can he res without
Oh, the
us
arms
hearing
of the chicken.
anything?
I don't know.
How can we not hear this guy
fucking
res?
game.
Game's
I
so
thought we
weird.
finished the two
fucking
inside.
Why is there
Yeah.
no audio on anything?
I had no ammo anyway, so.
And the armor swap was broken next to me. Armor swap was fucking
Ring.
broken.
Mm.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy, Asmongold. We're bringing this up with the emote. Buggy.
I'm going left, I'm going left.
God damn.
No gun. I'm sad.
No gun. There you go.
Oh, I cracked through me.
Yeah, you're alone now, Lucky.
Yeah, no.
Hell alone.
I think they're
Big
fighting
legs here.
so hard.
Aye,
Who is that? Who is shooting my ass?
Gotta give it in.
Like coming in your house?
Keep it cracked.
No.
Knock one?
Fuck.
I'm popping at that. Hopefully I'm dying.
Ready blue. Different city on me. Crack. Gardens.
Yeah, fuck.
I need some light ammo.
Guns, bro.
I'll go.
Fighting gardens. Fighting gardens. You have a Phoenix or something?
I do, yeah.
Nope.
Coming.
They're right here. Finished fighting. I don't have much light. I'm 70. Well, it's gonna have to work. They were in the underground, by the way. They're running out.
Ah, one guy ran out. Crack him. Wraith. Got some heavy mag maybe here? Somewhere around? Heavy mag, heavy mag.
I need mag for my car. I have nothing.
Yeah, no mag. People here.
Huh?
Crypto, second floor.
Okay.
On the other tower here. 50 on him. I've had it.
Yeah, but it's through.
Reach from here?
Oh.
Gibby hit 40 bull.
I gotta go up here.
Gibby's one. Batting.
Actually, crouching low ground, crouching low ground.
Wow, he's banging sword. God damn.
What the fuck is she doing?
Fading. Probably. God, no line mags anywhere, man.
No heavy mag anywhere, dude. Come on. Where's this? Satch.
Are you also looking for line mag?
Heavy.
Oh, line mags.
Satch.
There's a heavy mag of these.
Damn.
It's not good. People died here 2 minutes ago, Oasis, so probably a stage side. No. Well, I hear 100 seconds ago, so energy side. Energy Oasis side. So we gotta go like a stage. Hammond.
They're shooting in the States. The bullets in the States.
Yeah, I hear them.
That smoke everywhere over there.
Wait, no, there's a new team on this side. There's no way I'm so unlucky.
It's literally in your name.
Octane's coming. Octane coming too. He's literally on you guys.
He died to gas. He got joined by the gas barrel. There's no way.
Oh shit! Behind this new team coming.
Yeah,
Like this way.
They're fighting on me. I'm pretty sure.
I need help.
I think our first being pushed, yeah. I cracked Octane on you.
Horizon.
I'm arcing on you.
You're still pushing like crazy.
Oh, fucked up.
Oh, that's fuck.
Guys cracked.
What did I just get killed by? What? This guy just shot me around the corner when he couldn't see me. That's super nice.
I thought we get hide.
Yeah, he's fucking 100% hyping play.
What?
Chasing after
I
you.
wanted to get hide. A little bit over ambitious, as we like to call it. One more.
Wait.
Put him down.
I think they're the same team, by the way. Loba and that guy are the same team. That guy cannot hit a bullet to save his life.
Bitch.
That's a new team. That's right.
Ah, dude, how is all the teams fighting us, dude?
Ah, man.
Everyone just turns around and fights us.
We come in, dude. They're all like having World War, dude. We come in, all like coming to us, dude. Whatever. Just don't think for the against us.
GG's.
Yeah.
Good games, good games.
GG's.
Have a good night, boys. Bye bye.
Yeah, good night. Peace out.
Alright, bye soon.
Oh, I'm fucking done, chat. Ugh. I know today was short, but short and sweet, as we say. Short and sweet. Short and sweet. Ba-da-da-na-na-na-na. Let's host Nocturnal. And everyone go follow him and say hi and fucking send hearts and stuff. He's a pro for Team Liquid. Good friend of mine. Very, very good friend of mine. So, go say hi and everything. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Probably like the same time as today, because tomorrow I have another meeting for the boot LAN shit. And then Tuesday might be the maid stream. The maid outfit stream might be Tuesday. So, alright. Bye bye, chat. Give me fucking. Bye bye. Bye bye.